unutra.
Mislim da ne, imam.
Ne, sad je trenutno mutana.
Sad se ja maknem.
A, smakni mute.
Samo znaš što.
Eto.
Čekaj.
Ideš van.
1, 2, 3. Znači...
Vanka si već.
Do 10 broja glava, tako da.
Reci, nastaviš ti ovako unutra.
može unutra.
Da, ne visi.
To će obrati ponelo.
Da.
Ali tebi ćemo izaći, na kaviš, imaš kaviš.
Jesu se svi prijavili?
Može, jel ti smeta?
Ne, nema kako. Sve okej.
Može. Čujemo dobro.
Jesu se svi prijavili? Još neki tamo puše, jel?
Nadopisala se jedno ime, ja ću biti gore.
Dobro.
Sjedit, ako nisi došlo bi da trebalo...
Ne sekiraj se, može. Ajde samo im reci da krećemo, pa da ufuraju.
This is where you are also staying? You have your cancelari?
Yes, this is our premises. We have lectures here. Yes, it is our department here. So, yeah, it's the old building. We have a little bit of problem with the internet and the phone lines.
You told me because of the walls there.
Yes, they are very thick walls, and in my office I don't have a connection to phone and internet, but it's the old building in the old town, so it's nice. Yeah.
But then you can really seriously work, so no disturbance from
That's true. Yes,
others.
that's true.
So
Yeah.
one side have teachers.
Za sad. Jer popodne još dolaze. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to Osijek. I presume that it is your first time in Osijek, in Croatia. Maybe you went to some Adriatic coast or somewhere, but in this part of Croatia, I presume it's your first time. I wish you a very warm welcome to our town and to our Academy for Arts and Culture, which is a part of Osijek's university, which name is Josip Juraj Strossmayer. He was a famous bishop of our region, and he helped a lot regarding the education and building of different buildings around our city. Welcome to Mobility Program of EU Newaves project. As you maybe are aware, we started the EU Newaves project in 2023. And we first researched what are the necessities of the local radio stations. Why local radio stations? Because this project, Newaves, deals with the local radios, local media, and how they are coping with today's society, with today's digital platforms and environment. We found out of our research that local radio stations are fighting problems regarding the financing, regarding the digital universe, especially global media who are basically covering, especially social media who are covering global markets. We also understood that you have problems, of course, if the finances are the problem, then there is also a problem with investment in technical equipment, but also human resources issues. So out of our research, we understood that you would like to have education, a broader education, that will cover not only digital skills, not only radio specifics, but also a broader education regarding marketing and communications, regarding digital skills, especially visual digital skills, so that the radio stations can cover the visual part of the media. Because nowadays we see that it is not only enough to be present in audio sense, but also to cover the visual part. Because now we are living in a visual era that everything has to be covered with image, with video, photographs, etc. So that's why we prepared a mobility program that consists of 4 modules. One is digital skills, then we have ethics and law, especially covering the issues like fake news, disinformation, misinformation, propaganda, and other things. Then we have marketing and communications, and also what we found out of our research, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship in which sense? In a sense that you can participate in different projects, that you can network, connect with other peers or radio stations and exchange the knowledge and even connect and try to maybe enforce some projects even together. That is one part, the educational part of the project. The other part is digital platform. The digital platform presumed that local radio stations will upload different kind of audio samples that all the partners can use, and vice versa, download audio samples that may be useful for some partners. But also, at this digital platform, we will upload all of our content regarding the education, and later on, you can either use it, remind yourself of some things, take some best case practices, take some case studies, even the material and share with your partners or your colleagues. But also, we will have the video material ready, so you can show it to your partners at your radio stations, to use them, to go through it, to maybe refresh some of the things. So we really believe that this week in Osijek, we will be able to give you some, let's say, the most important things. It is not possible to cover all the topics because we developed 36 hours of education. We will not be able to cover everything, but we picked the most relevant things, the most important things, and we want to give you as much as possible practical advices and as much as possible case studies or best practices, so that you can learn some of the most important things out of it. And before we start with the educational part, I want to invite our Vice Dean, Professor Jasmina Najcer-Sabljak, to give you a few words and a welcome speech. Thank you.
Dear guest, dear professor, I allow me to this opportunity ordinarily in behalf of the Dean, Helena Sablic-Tomic, academician, as well as our academy manager. We are very pleased that this project, Newaves, the part of the Creative European Community, Cross 2022, is the part of is being held at the Academy of Arts and Culture as the University Josip Juraj Strossmayer in Osijek. Well, we support our professor, our students as well in this project to support the local media and local, less populated area in the European region. Well, I think that next 5 days you will spend very good time here to exchange your knowledge, to grow your perspectives, and also to stay in Osijek in a good memory and to enjoy the program field of visiting museums, galleries, and to our city. Well, I wish you all a nice stay in Osijek and spend a good time. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first, before we start, I would like to ask you to sign this list, because it is bureaucracy that we have to fill regarding the project. To start with our part, first of all, I would like to introduce myself, and then I would like to hear something from you. Who are you? Where are you coming from? where are you working, what is your tasks, what are your job activities, your interests, something about yourself. My name is Snježana Barić-Šelmić. I don't want you to remember my surname because it is complicated, but you may call me Snježana or Snježa. I'm an employee professor at this Academy of Arts and Culture. We are coming from a department for culture, media and management, and my specialty are media, especially new media. So I'm covering the new media, internet-based media, and of course mass media and all other things related to media like public relations, marketing, advertising, visual semiotics and stuff like that. We here at our department have around 500 students through all the years. We are located here in this old part of town, and although this is a very old building and sometimes it is not very internet friendly or even phone connections friendly, but we really enjoy it here, and we can have kind of a good atmosphere, especially when it is a good time. We can have a coffee at our main square. I'm teaching here for 8 years. Before that, I worked in a private sector, in a bank. I was director of marketing and public relations in a big Croatian bank for more than 16 years. So I do have a practical experience as well in a real sector. That's, I think, everything from my side. So you may tell us something about yourself.
Long story short, my name is Tadeusz Newaves, so it can be Tadeusz. I'm a moderator in our radio. I work in 2 radio. One is national, one is the radio of our university. I'm a moderator for 5 years, and I'm so glad to be here. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Arica. I'm from Slovakia, and I work in our university radio Ether. I'm moderator there, and I've been there for last year.
How many years? 1 year. Okay.
Okay, my name is Agata Pevna. I'm from Slovakia, and I'm moderator in our university radio. And also I work on my own podcast. It's something like scary stories, and it's about psychoanalysis, about dreams.
Oh, very interesting.
Hello, my name is Peter. I'm working in public television of Slovakia. I do there the web design and web administrative stuff on the television.
Hi, I'm Juraj. I work in public relations too. I'm also a filmmaker, director, and screenwriter of movies, and I work in radio.
My name is Daniela. Hello. I'm from Slovakia, working for National Slovak Television and Radio, and we have one of the partners from Slovakia.
Hello, my name is Maria Moller. I'm coming from Vukovar. It's a town near Osijek. I'm like 2 years from action, so
A lot of experience.
4 years on radio, starting from high school. I started as a war reporter, and then today I'm just like most interested in women in politics. It's like my issues that I'm having all the time.
Great. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you.
Vesna Golska from Macedonia, national radio channel 77, Balkana 77. We are part of this consortium, and I'm like for more than 30 years in journalism. And this last year, I worked with project management and everything in the radio. Actually, multimedia platform, not just radio.
Valentina Spasova. I'm from Macedonia. Radio S, Sveti Nikoli. We are partners with Channel 77. And I'm interested in marketing. It's a local radio, small radio
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elisabetta Filipuska. I own Radio Pela. I'm from Macedonia, and with my colleague too. And we call ourselves Radio Who Can See, because every day, 2 hours, we have a program where the audience can see what we are doing in our radio.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
Nekom dođe oglašavanje u svojim dijelu. Klasično oglašavanje.
I'm working in a local radio station, Radio Boom in Kumanovo, and I'm a journalist and editor in the radio. I love the radio.
Mm-hmm. Great. Great.
Hello, my name is Isabella. I work here in Osijek at a local radio station called Laganini FM, which translates to Take It Easy. We are part of a bigger network. We have radio stations in our capital, in Zagreb, and at the seaside in Rijeka. I mostly deal with local politics, but my favorite show that I do is with people with disabilities.
Great. Thank you.
My name is Mate. I'm from a town near Osijek, from Alpo. There is a local radio station called Hrvatska Radio Poština, and I work there as a journalist, music
editor.
Yes, and doing stuff for the Facebook page,
Mm-hmm.
Instagram page, and that's
So,
Many
lot of activities. Excellent, excellent. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Marin. I'm from Osijek, ex-student of this faculty. My radio experience started 15 years ago at Radio Osijek as a student, and now I'm there like full time. Radio Osijek is a part of Croatian radio television. So, yeah.
Excellent, excellent. And good voice, good radio voice. Thanks.
My name is Lucio Zarowski. I work with the local radio station, Radio Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a journalist.
Thank you.
My name is Davor Lončević. I'm a Maris boss. I have 30 years of experience in journalism, just like my colleague. And last 17 years, I work as chief editor in One Radio Osijek, the biggest and the oldest radio station in this part of Croatia. You will be my guests at Wednesday at 15 o'clock. So we have to tell about me and about that radio much more on Wednesday.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. It's nice to know your names, to see the faces, and I really hope that in the meantime, when we have a coffee break, you can mingle, you can network, and even maybe make some connections, because it is very important. If you are thinking in a project way, if you are thinking of making a project, so working on a project, it's really important to have the good network, to have the good partners, connections, but also to understand what other people are doing, what can I get out of it, maybe to learn something that you are not doing and you can even try or something like that. But hearing all of you and hearing all of your experience, I can see already that you really have all of the necessity to do your best at your radio stations, and some of you are already multitasking, so I presume that a lot of these things will be very, very familiar to you. So today we will have to start with intro. So you know, intro is kind of boring. We have to go through some definitions, but I will not ask you anything. Think of me as a kind of a moderator, not as a teacher. So first of all, we will go to introduction to media and literacy. We hear every day media literacy, media literacy, media literacy, media literacy. It's very important. And it became sort of, we don't hear it anymore because we hear it every time. And personally, as I'm a little bit digging now into digital negativities, let's say, from digital equipment, from the digital gadgets, I'm also thinking about primary literacy. Because nowadays we see that the kids, I don't know in your countries, but I presume that it's more or less everywhere the same. The kids are not reading any longer, and the kids are not writing. So it is, we are talking about media literacy, but we are forgetting the primary literacy, reading and writing. So very soon, we will not be able to talk about media literacy because we will have people who are illiterate. And you cannot be media literate if you are not reading and writing. There is an excellent author, if you want to read it, if you want to think about it, I will write you down, Manfred Spitzer. He wrote a book, Digital Dimension. Not dimension, but dementia. Dementia. I think that we understand each other. Digital dementia, dementia, whatever is the pronunciation. And he's talking about it. For instance, South Korea and Sweden, they jumped to digital immediately. They get rid of the school books, they get rid of the writing in notebooks. They digitalized everything. Everything was digitalized. Kids had the iPads, kids had the tablets, kids had the laptops. But nowadays, the researchers are showing that 17% of the children in South Korea and Sweden have digital dementia, but not only digital dementia, as for instance, they cannot remember some things, but they have this old generations dementia. For instance, children with 4 years old, they cannot remember the name of their dog, of their pets. So we are now facing a very important age where digital can be quite dangerous if we are not handling it right and if we are not using it properly. So everything that is exaggerated, everything that is too much, it's not good. And here I can see the strength of the mass media again, especially radio, because people are still sticking to the journalist professionalism. Now in a digital era, we live in an era of amateurs. Everyone can write, everyone can post, everyone can create content. Especially now with the AI coming, everyone can be a designer. But at the end of the day, the professionalism of the journalists, is very important for our new generations. And that's why it is a priority that the mass media, especially the radio, the local radio stations, survive and kind of make a new renaissance in order to keep our urbanity and to keep our democracy. Otherwise, we will be very, very lost. So please, if you have a possibility to read Spitzer, it's an excellent book, and it states how important it is for the children, especially from the age of 6 to 14, to read and to write with the hand, and the effect the reading and the writing has on our brain versus just looking at the videos. So the brain is not developing quite well. So what will we talk about today? We will talk briefly about digital media literacy. What is it? It is the ability to critically think and to critically analyze the media content that we are facing today. What we are consuming, what we are reading, what we are getting as the information. We will talk a little bit about the algorithms from the social media and from other digital media, how the algorithms are functioning. So what are the informations that we are getting? In the mass media and the traditional media, we have the gatekeepers. We have the editors, we have the professional journalists who are deciding what is news and what is newsworthy content that will go through to the public. But on a digital, internet-based media, everyone can be a publisher. Everyone is content creator. And that's why we are living now in a society of amateurs. And there are no gatekeepers. There are no keepers at all. We are facing Zuckerberg and all other people who are selling. We are not censoring anything. We are not moving anything from our social media. So everyone can publish whatever they want. And we are facing now the situation that we are totally immersed in a jungle of disinformation and fake news. So it is very important to be digital literate in order to understand what we are consuming, to evaluate this content, to be able to evaluate that content and to say, aha, this is something worth, this is something I can check, this is something which is newsworthy, and this is something which is not relevant, which is not created from the let's say responsible source. So this is something that is prepared as a kind of a definition, and you can just read it through. That media literacy includes understanding what I mentioned before, understanding the media formats, the structures that are presented to us, the language used, the language which is used, and then the ability to recognize and analyze media content and awareness of the media's impact on society and individuals. We can go one step further, because right now, in this moment, we are facing the cyber society. So we are on a brick of the transforming from information society or digital society to cyber society. With AI, with artificial intelligence, strongly already used by all of us, we are in a very, let's say, difficult situation, how the society will develop further on. If we are having the new generations that are not reading and that are not writing, that are using immediately artificial intelligence, getting already packed knowledge, delivered knowledge, which is a questionable quality, because when you are entering prompts into ChatGPT, you cannot evaluate or analyze the type of knowledge that the ChatGPT is giving you. Because the ChatGPT, the artificial intelligence, the algorithms had taken the knowledge from somewhere. And the question is the relevance of that source, where the knowledge is coming from. And if we are having children who are not reading and not writing, who are using ChatGPT even now, I'm asking our students, are you using Google if you're searching something, or you just ask ChatGPT? No, we ask immediately ChatGPT. They don't want to Google any longer. So even Googling becomes a problem. At the end of the day, at least Google gave you a bunch of links where you can go through and take your source. But the ChatGPT is giving you a final answer, which is based on the source that you are not aware of, that you do not know where from. And the problem is, because you do not have a large knowledge, because you do not have a deep knowledge, everything is so shallow, you are taking it for granted as a final knowledge. And that's the problem we are facing. Not only media illiteracy, but also AI illiteracy, and how we will cope with the situation that is coming. So these are the contents. I don't want to bother you too much with it, because we went through it so many times. I will just switch to this part, which is social media or digital media. What is the main difference? I will just write it down. Can you see the letters at the table? Traditional media versus new media. What is new media? Do you know what is new media?
Everything different but untraditional.
So it's basically everything internet-based. Internet-based, and traditional media are so-called mass media, which are print, radio, and TV. What are these? Radio, TV, print. Are they some kind of companies or institutions? Do they have owners? Yeah? So these are basically, let's call it institutions, but we can watch them as a companies. Institutions. Someone mentioned it. Regulated by the law. Who is working there? Professionals, journalists or technicians or music designers or whatever. So, professionals. Professionals are working here. And what is the main business, the core business of these institutions, of these companies? Okay, and? Commercials. U smislu, you mean selling the commercials, selling the okay. But what is the core business? What are they producing?
Education and entertainment. Information, education, and...
Exactly. So, content. And so-called Holy Trinity of the content is, first, information, education, and entertainment. So basically, these institutions that have owners which are regulated by the law and employ professionals are producing their own content. They're producing their own content that is information, education, and entertainment. Nowadays, the entertainment is maybe the most important one, but still, they're producing their own content for the broad audience, for the broad public. What is internet? Is it an institution? Is it a company? But is it a company? Does internet have an owner? No. So internet has no owner. It is a social agreement. It's social agreement with no strict regulations, even now. As it is no company, it has no employees. So internet has no employees. And who is producing the content on internet? Everyone. So we can consume and produce content at the same time. So on internet, we have prosumers, so-called prosumers. Who are prosumers? Producers and consumers of the content at the same time. That's why we have influencers, that's why we have YouTubers, TikTokers, bloggers. But those people, all of us, we are amateurs. That's why we are calling the internet age the amateur age. Because we are no professionals. And that's why, that's the main difference, that's the main problem when we are thinking about misinformation, disinformation, fake news, a lot of things that are even stupid if you want. If you can remember, I don't know, you are very young, but maybe the colleagues that are my age, you can remember the first YouTube videos. It was a dog who is chasing a ball, it was a cat who is turning around, and stuff like that. Funny, silly things that were very interesting at the time because it was a video uploaded at YouTube and we were all looking at it like, wow. But it's something even below the entertainment. It's silliness, it's nothing that is important. And those things Because in these days, a lot of theorists, authors are telling us that we are living in a postmodern times. And the main quotation of our time today, let us play. Let us play. Everything is game. We want to play. We want to have fun. We want to have entertainment. But at the end of the day, now what we are facing is the result of this main thing. The mass media are institutions, are companies. And companies have to be, in order to survive, profitable. So at the end of the day, what you said, commercials, you have to sell media space. You have to have commercials. You have to have sponsors. You have to find how to finance yourself, how to pay the journalists, how to pay your people. So companies have to be profitable at the end of the day. But you are producing your own content, which is produced by the professionals. At the internet, which is not company, but an agreement, there are no strict regulations, even though European Union has a lot of regulations related to internet if we are comparing to United States or some other countries. But regardless, these are no strict regulations, and everyone basically can be a prosumer, meaning everyone can produce and consume the content at the same time. In this prosumership or amateurism lies the enormous rising of bloggers, YouTubers, influencers, TikTokers, and stuff like that. The content, therefore, the content on the social media or internet-based media is very shortened, it is sensationalized, and distorted in order to attract the attention. And now we are, some of the authors are mentioning that we are living in the age of not only junk food, but junk news. And the most important difference between the mass media news and news on digital platforms is exactly at their fastness. Everything has to be fast, everything has to be now. And if you can remember, the main, let's say, the main rule, how the news are created, if you can remember, colleagues from Slovakia have the building in its shape. So inverted pyramid, the news. So this is the lead. And in this lead, we have to answer which questions? 5 questions, 5W. And sometimes an age, how, yes? And here we have secondary and third importance news that we are preparing in an inverted pyramid. But in internet, we have a change of a paradigm. There is no more inverted pyramid. Why? Because the news are prepared as they are appearing. For instance, you have an internet news on the internet portal, and there is a fire. So you have the news prepared like this, for instance. 1701, huge fire in Osijek. Soon, more info. You remember that? Sorry, I'm so sorry. Then, 1703. Fire is at the near the bus station. Fireworkers are at the location, for instance. Then we have 706 and stuff like that. So today's news on digital platforms, especially on internet portals, are made by the seconds, by the minutes. As soon as you have the information, you upload it, go out. So you do not follow the inverted pyramid rule any longer. Who, what, when, to answer the 5 questions, but you're uploading information immediately. And that's why every minute of this is a kind of a breaking news. And that's how the internet news are made today. So we are getting the chunks of information. Some of the authors are calling it the digital news. Chunk news. Chunk news, because we are getting chunks of information minute by minute. You remember that, you recall that when you are reading the internet platforms. What do you think about it? What do you agree?
It's faster. I understand why is it, because it's attractive for the readers, but it depends on the reader.
Mm-hmm. It depends on the readers, but the researchers are showing us that even the older generations, people are getting used to some things very fast. For instance, the younger generations were reading only the headlines and maybe sublines, and that's it. But the older generations are now used to read the headlines and the sublines. Even the older generations are not reading the whole story any longer. And the research is showing that the older generations are much more forwarding the fake news than the younger ones. Because the older ones are also not reading the news any longer. So we have the problem, not only the short conscience, the short span of the attention with the younger generations, but with us elders as well. If you think about yourself, what are you doing? You're also reading a quick. You're also switching through the things. You do not have the attention span any longer to read everything in the details. I know by myself. I used to read sometimes. I had to read the whole article, and I was reading the whole article, taking the notes, taking the time. But now I don't have that time any longer because I don't know. The whole world is moving faster, it seems, and now I have to go through the text much faster because I don't have that time. I have to read 10 more texts. So I think that I read the article the other day, and the author was talking about nostalgia. With the fast development, with the enormous fast developing of all these digital things, with AI, with artificial intelligence coming, it seems that the people are facing the phenomenon of nostalgia. And why is that? He says because our brain cannot respond to these quick changes. And we are facing the emotion of nostalgia, and that's why the vinyl records are coming back. That's why the photos, photographies are coming back. That's why we want to listen to the 80s much more and stuff like that, because our brain is trying to slow down a little bit because everything is happening too fast. So, the media, the etymology of the word is to be in the middle, to transfer something, to be in the middle, from the Latin word medium. And right now, we are living in a society or age where all the media are still present. We have the mass media, traditional media, who are still alive. They are not dead. Regardless of what everyone was telling, the digital are coming, the mass media will be dead, everything will die, but the print is still very much alive. Okay, the printed media, they're facing enormous decrease, but however, they're still alive. New York Times, for instance, they still have 1 million copies per day. So basically, from television, electronic media, radio and television, printed media as well, still we have books, still we have printed magazines. We will see for how long. The billboards and online news everything is still very much present. So media is any kind of resource that broadcasts, deliver, or send something. And we can think about the media as, from the technological point of view, we can think about the media as a technical gadget, for instance. A smartphone, a television, a radio is a gadget that is intermediate between us and our audience. So this is the evolution of the media. So if you can see that in prehistoric era, even before the paintings in a cave, the first media that Homo sapiens created was with the blood from the animals. So when Homo sapiens, or precisely Homo erectus, when he realized that he can use his hands, and the first media, the first messages, the first communication he left was using the blood from the animals and painting in a caves. So even before the cave paintings, we have the blood paintings with hands from the Homo sapiens. So basically from the very beginning of our civilization, we have the need to communicate, and we have the need to leave something behind. And that's why the storytelling type of communication is extremely important. Even from this prehistoric age, we were telling stories. What happened to us? I saw the horses. I killed the buffalo, etc., etc. So basically, telling the story was from the prehistoric time. And even now, today, the media is about telling the stories. So telling the stories, we are beings, human beings are beings that want to hear the stories and want to tell the stories. So from the very first era, we were communicating and we were telling the stories. The modern era begins with Gutenberg. You know, do you remember that he invented the press machine and printed the first Bible? So the book became the first mass media. And later on, we will have the printed media from the 17th century later on. Electronic era is 20th century. So very beginning of the 20th century, we have the radio. And with the radio, we have a change of paradigm and evolution. What do you think? Why is that? Why at the beginning of the 20th century we have the enormous evolution in a media society? So up to that we had printed newspapers, and at the beginning of the 20th century we are having the listeners for the first time. So why is it changed? Why is this the main evolution that happened in a media society with the introduction of the radio?
Because of technological revolution.
Yes? And what happened? Yes. So who was a part of the media society until the radio? Only those who knew how to read. Exactly. And that was 50% of the citizenship in the whole world. So at the beginning of the 20th century, we still have 50% of the whole population that are illiterate. They cannot read. And with the radio, they are starting to participate in a media society because they can listen. He does not know how to read, but he can listen. And that's why this is what Marshall McLuhan, one of the biggest authors from the media studies, said this is the first media revolution, Gutenberg. Because the knowledge goes out of the churches, because the books were written in the churches up to then. With the printing machine, with the press machine, the knowledge becomes available for the mass audience who knew how to read. At the beginning, Latin, and later on the national languages. But the second media revolution, according to McLuhan, is electronic media, beginning of the 20th century. Because now the people who do not know how to read, people who are illiterate, they could participate in a media society. And the third evolution, according to McLuhan, and later on Manuel Castells, who is also one of the authors, information digital era, because now we became a global society. McLuhan, because he was the author from the 60s, in the 20th century, 1960s, 1962, 1968, he was talking, he predicted internet. He predicted, because he didn't live in time when the internet became so massive, he said that we will live in the age of a global village. What do you think about this phrase, global village, about the internet? Why is internet global village? What do you think? Any idea? Global village.
Everything is close to you. Every information from all over the world are close to you. You can listen there.
And you can possibly away from Hong Kong, I don't know.
Yes, exactly. So,
Valuable, and you can
we are globally all together. We are globally all immersed in a global digital society, and we live like in a village. In village, everybody knows everybody, but shallow. We do not know truly everyone in a village. But you can see only what is shown to the outside. So in a village, people know each other, but very shallowly, not deeply, not intimately. And that's the global village of the internet. You can be connected, and you can be connected with your friends on a Facebook, via Instagram or whatever, but it is not the intimate relationship. And that's why people, even though they are on the internet, they feel lonely, because this is not a real social relationship. We, as a human beings, as a Homo sapiens, we need a close physical relationship. And that's why people on the internet are lonely, because those are parasocial relationships. For instance, I was writing one scientific paper on parasocial relationships on Instagram. How we are feeling close to the influencers. We are feeling like they're our buddies, like they're our friends. But basically, we do not know them. We do not know these influencers, I don't know, Kim Kardashian or whomever. Although she's authentic, although she seems to us to be close to us, we do not know her. We cannot associate with her. And that's why at the internet, we are creating a parasocial relationship. We feel as if it is a social relationship, but at the end of the day, it is not. So that's why people on the internet are quite lonely. And now, we are facing the cybernetic era. We are one step in it already, with artificial intelligence, with nanotechnology, with robots or humanoid robots, with quantum PCs and all these new things. We are one step already, so the future is already here. We are now facing the cybernetic era. So the three media revolutions, according to Marshall McLuhan, that changed the society: Gutenberg galaxy or Gutenberg printing machine, electronic revolution, 20th century, beginning of the 20th century radio, at the end of the Second World War television, and information digital revolution, network society, at the end of the 20th century. So this is a short movie I would like to show you. It is a short, brief history of communication. Okay? So today we see that we still have traditional media alive, mass media, traditional media. We have converged media. What are converged media? Converged media are basically mass media who at the beginning of the internet era converged themselves or try to make themselves more digital friendly, and they switched their formats to digital formats. So basically the newspapers became internet portals. Radio at the beginning was live streaming via internet, and television was television live stream or IP television, television on demand at the very beginning. So these converged media are still very much alive. Blogs, internet portals, websites, etc. New media are based on a Web 1.0 technology. So these are the websites, blogs, emails. So those who are based on Web 1.0 technology. And new media are those that we were mentioning, that we have the prosumers who are using them. So those are the media who are, first of all, free, but not totally free. We will see later on that they are not totally free of charge, but for the users are free and allowing us to produce and upload our own content. So these are social media, YouTube, and some other social networks, social sites. Traditional media, mass media, used to communicate one-to-many. So I am the radio, I'm sending the information to many unknown public. But internet allows us the communication many-to-many. And now we are living in a world where many people are communicating to many. But we are leaving our digital traces, and therefore we are not unknown public as in a mass media. What does it mean? Our IP address, our emails, everything what we did on a digital, we left our traces, and we can be identified in comparison to the mass media or to the traditional media where the public is heterogeneous and unknown, mass public. At the very beginning of the internet, the first change that became obvious to the professionals, the journalist professionals, was the rise of the so-called citizen journalism. This was the very beginning of the internet, beginning of 2000, 2005, up to 2010, we had citizen journalism. And everyone on internet was so happy and so proud, telling now everyone can be a journalist. Everyone can publish their information online. It's wonderful. We don't have to send our journalists all over because everyone can be a journalist. The citizen can be a journalist, and we can have the information from all over the world in 1 second. But at the end of the day, now, when we are thinking about it, the citizen journalism only brought the problems with derogating and diminishing the journalism's profession. Because at the very beginning it was wrong to think that a person who is walking down the street and sees that the plane is crashing down, and he made a short video of it and published it on a social media, that he is doing a journalist's job. And that's why we are facing right now, I'm so sorry, that's why we are facing right now so many misinformations and so many disinformations and even fake news, because people were playing that they are journalists. And the journalist's profession was not protected enough to be communicated to the public. Hello, this is not everyone can be not everyone can be a nuclear physicist. Not everyone can go to the school and teach to the pupils. So this is a profession that has its standards, that has its topographies and necessities, and it is not possible that everyone can become journalists over the night. But with the uprise of smartphones, with the devices, digital devices and smart devices that were so at the hand at the moment, we are having basically a new form of journalism, and that's Mojo, mobile journalism. That's what the colleague said. That's what the colleague mentioned before. I'm a journalist, I'm a music editor, and I also publish on a Facebook, on social media. So basically I'm multitasking, I have to know everything. That's a Mojo. That's a mobile journalist. So you have to know the smart technology, how to use the mobile phone, how to use the tablet, how to create this, how to create that. But at the end of the day, you are still following the standards, the professional standards of the journalism, regardless of which technology you are using. So the question is not who can be a journalist, but the question is to educate journalists to use the different technologies. The news is the same. The chief editor of New York Times said, the newspaper, the paper is dead, but the news goes on, because the news is a core business. That's storytelling. We need to have the stories. We need to have the news. The public wants to have the news. We had in Croatia a huge earthquake in Zagreb a few years ago. And who were the first journalists who published all the relevant information of what's going on? Yeah, so radio journalists. And what happened? The huge earthquake, no electricity, no internet connection. But people had this small radio, we call it transistor. I don't know if you can relate to it. A small radio with the batteries. And what could they do? They're outside because the earthquake is enormous, so the houses are crashing down. There's no electricity, there's no internet, there is no television, but the small radio I'm bringing with me in a park, and people were listening to the radio journalists and getting the relevant and important information. What's going on, what earthquake is, the earthquake is happening, and you have to go outside of the buildings, go into the parks, go on the streets, move away from the buildings.
It's the same in Portugal and Spain with electricity?
Yes, the other day, yeah.
The radio was the main source of information?
Yes.
Transistors?
Transistor. So a mobile journalist is basically a journalist who is handling the smart technology and the new digital technology along with other things. So social media are very important. Why? Because they are providing us the visual part, which is important for our audience. Social media are Web 2.0 phenomenon. So those that we mentioned that are allowing us to become prosumers, that we produce and consume the content at the same time. They're internet-based applications and platforms. They are free for the users, but not for everyone. We will see later on. And they are fusing technology with social interaction. So we mentioned these prosumers that are on social media. What are the social media types? So basically the social networks are the most important ones. The social networks, we have them enormous. Then we have the so-called content societies, which is a YouTube. But YouTube could be also referred to as a social network because it allows us to like things and to share things and to comment. Whenever we can comment, whenever we can have the interactive communication, that we can give a feedback, wherever we have the possibility to share the content, then we can call it also the network. But basically, it's a content society. Social bookmarking, also to book some of the important websites in order to create your own directories or digital, for instance, libraries. Collaboration projects, one of the most important one is the Wikipedia. Wiki means the knowledge free to everyone, knowledge available to everyone. That's why Wikipedia. So it's encyclopedia with the knowledge for everyone, wiki knowledge. And who you can remember who had a website that used wiki in his name? From the journalists. very famous one. He was in a prison for 20 and something years, and a few months ago he was Julian Assange. Julian Assange, he had his website WikiLeaks, Wiki meaning the knowledge available to everyone, free knowledge for everyone. That's why he published all the informations he was gathering. Blogs and microblogs. Microblogs, it used to be a Twitter. Now the X, we will see how it develops. I read the other day that there is a huge decrease of the people, especially in Europe, using X. So we will see how the X will continue with its life. And virtual worlds, gaming industry, these are also social media types. There are also an enormous amount of negative things that are happening in new media. You heard all about it, you witnessed it, and most probably you were writing about it or talking about it in your shows or in your news. Bullying, different kind of bullying, hate speech, discriminations, cyberbullying, and fake news and disinformation. These are the things that are extremely negative, and that started immediately with appearance of the social media. Here I have some few examples. I will not bother you with the links, but I just wanted to give you some of the tips if you want to look at it, or if you want to I don't know, show the movie to someone or watch the movie with someone regarding the media ethics. This is the movie Nightcrawler. I don't know how it was translated to your languages, but in Croatia it was Noćni stražar, something like that, Noćni stražar. The main character is Jake Gyllenhaal. It's about when the news are becoming a business. Excellent movie. So if you have time, check it, because I think now we are facing that time that not only in the USA but also with us is happening more and more. Here I wanted to show you one short video. It's related to AI and usage of the deep fake. Deep fake technologies at the beginning, they were really silly and looked quite amateur, but now the algorithms of the artificial intelligence develop basically on a daily basis, and it becomes more and more perfect. Here I wanted to show you how the deep fake functions from one clip, so we can watch it together. This is one comedian, Bill Hader. I don't know if you know him, and he was guest in a talk show with Conan O'Brien. And in one moment, he starts to imitate Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I want you to pay attention how his face changes and how he looks at that moment, to see the deep fake technology, how it functions.
Is this being passed on? Yes, yes. Our 2-year-old right now, I'll say, how old are you? And she goes, I'm 4.5.
Right now.
Which is,
you see?
4.5. And I go, no, you're not 4.5. And then she grabs my face and goes, 4.5. That was also kind of a Schwarzenegger little bit. Yeah. I'm 4.5, father. Get out of here. Get out of this. There's a bomb in there. Get out. Come on. You got to go. I need to pull up on now. I love Schwarzenegger as a baby. Yeah. It's so much fun. I want to watch Doc McStuffin. Then I need my yogurt. Come on. I threw up on your Pedialyte.
And now they're switching to his face again. You noticed it. So this is the deep fake technology in a entertainment business, but unfortunately we were facing some of the fake things in politicians' situations, and that's when it becomes scarier, and that's why it is important to realize how negatively it can be used in a different situations, especially in information society. This one example relates to negative effects of the digital media, especially with problems of security and safety on internet. So this is a really good movie, 1 hour long. The name is Searching, and deals with the false identity and safety and problems of safety on the internet. And here is one that deals with propaganda and how the media can be manipulative. This is basically a movie with Dustin Hoffman and Robert De Niro, Wag the Dog. I don't know if you watched it. But the story goes that they are ordered, US president had some sexual affair, and he wanted to cover it up, and he wanted to make a spin, and then he arranged the producer and the director to create a false war situation so that his scandal is out of the focus. And basically, director and the producer, they are creating a false war situation. So that's this is an excellent example how the media content can be manipulated. There's also one problem that is happening on the digital media, on the social media specifically, and that is the algorithms of the social media. They are functioning in a way that they are putting us in a kind of a chambers. So these echo chambers or filter bubbles are quite negative. For instance, when we are put into that kind of a chamber, because we are surrounded with the people who think the same as we are. And whatever we are saying, we are getting a positive feedback, and we are starting to realize, aha, my opinion is the right one. Everyone is thinking the way I am thinking. And we are not aware of the others' opinions, of democratic or plurality of the opinions, but we are just facing the same people all the time. And that's why we are getting in a repetitive form, and we are always surrounded with the people who are thinking the same or who are liking the same. For instance, if we are a dog person, if we have a dog, we will be in a dog chamber, and we will receive all the informations regarding the dogs, and we will be surrounded by people who are dog persons, for instance. And we will think that everyone is liking the dogs, that there are no cat persons, for instance. So that's very problematic in a sense of a democracy and in a sense of plurality of the opinions and of the standpoints. Advantages of the social networks. We can develop our, let's say, personal skills in a sense of communicating, of making some kind of connections. We can learn about different cultures and different behaviors. We can find some useful tips and tricks, for instance, and we can connect with the people that we are rarely seeing. We can find the jobs easier, so finding a job may be an easier, and that could be a very good thing. And we can see a lot of marketing and advertising on the social media, and the social media are free. For us as users, they are free. But disadvantages, we are losing our privacy, and we kind of accepted it. Because if you can remember, before the girls were writing the journal or writing the diary, and they didn't want anyone to read it. But nowadays, everything is put, our intimacy, our private life, everything is put on social networks. And therefore, there is no privacy any longer. There could be a lack of efficiency. A lot of private companies forbid their employees to use the social networks while working. Because it may create problems during the working hours. And the problem is, when you're on social media, the time flies enormously. And you totally forget that you are scrolling, and 1 hour or 2 hours can pass quite quickly without you realizing that you were at the social media. There is also asocialization, loner, internet loners. because that's because we are developing a parasocial relationships on social media. And although we may feel that we are surrounded with people, but at the end of the day, we feel lonely and lonelier. It may create addictiveness, new addictions, like becoming addicted to social networks, to internet usage, playing video games, online gambling. Enormous rise of the online gambling, especially with the younger generations. I was talking to some psychiatrists who were dealing with addictions, and they told me that there is enormous increase in online gambling by younger generations. Unbelievable, I didn't know that. And there is also a link for the short movie Fake Life, where you can see some of the artificial things that people are creating and presenting as part of their life. Social networks are free for us as the users, but they're not free for the advertisers. So basically, if you want to advertise, if you want to make some commercials, if you want to reach your audience, reach your public, you have to pay for the advertising. And nowadays, Google and Facebook, or Meta, Facebook created a holding company, Meta, and they put Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and other their companies under this roof of Meta. Google and Meta are collecting 70% of total advertising in digital platforms. 70% of total advertising, Google and Facebook. So basically, they are making serious money. What I want to mention also really shortly is what I said even now. Google and Meta are earning 70% of the advertising budgets all over. But basically the big five, so-called the big five tech companies, are ruling the digital world. And these are Facebook or Meta, Amazon, Google, Apple, and Microsoft. How are they doing it? At the very beginning, they were the companies that were pioneers in a technological sense, in a technological environment. And basically, they immersed themselves. They immersed themselves between the producers and the public. For instance, if you are Uber, taxi Uber, and you want to have your application to be downloaded and to be used by the public, you have to either prepare iOS application to be available for the iPhones, and you have to create Android application to be available for Android users. So in this moment, Google and Apple are kind of an interference or a technology that is between you as Uber and your audience. So the Uber has to pay to be available on iPhones and to be available on Androids. They have to pay to these big technological companies. So these technological companies became digital rentiers. They are renting their digital space. And they became platform. They became ecosystems. Why ecosystems? Because they created the whole universe for themselves. If you are a user, I am a user of the iPhone. Is any one of you using iPhone or Apple gadgets? For instance, once when you're using an iPhone, if you want to buy a tablet, you will buy iPad because it can synchronize. Then you are purchasing iWatch because it synchronizes with iPhone. Then you are watching Apple TV, you are watching Apple News, you are listening to Apple Music. The whole ecosystem is made that it takes you inside and never lets you go, for instance. Because I'm thinking I'm changing only the iPhones, and I'm not even thinking to switch to Android, because I'm so used to this. I cannot imagine to have to switch all of the things, to change all of the platforms, all of the applications and everything. You're just staying among this, inside this ecosystem. It's the same, for instance, with Microsoft, for instance. Or if you want whomever, Facebook, Instagram. So they are becoming ecosystems and digital rentiers. If you want to advertise on social media, you are preparing the campaign for Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, for instance, and some of their related companies. Otherwise, you will not have the reach. You can go out with your advertising, you can push your advertising content, but you will not have the reach. Algorithm is functioning in this way that no one will see it. No one will see your post. And that's why you have to pay to be able to reach some of the audience. One of my students, she was working as a content manager for some of the bars, coffee shops here in Osijek, and she told me, we always have to pay in order that Facebook is pushing our posts. And a few times we didn't pay, and we didn't have any reach. 0 people saw our posts. So you have to pay, the Facebook is forcing you to pay, and once when you paid, you have to pay all the time. Because otherwise you will have no reach, you will have no visibility at all. And that's why these big 5 are ruling, let's say, the digital world, the digital sphere. So they control access to the digital products, services, and infrastructure that we are relying on completely. Digital searches, social networks, smartphones, technology, online markets, e-commerce. Every one of us is purchasing things via internet, and e-commerce is in enormous increase. And of course, online advertising. Online advertising is... So there are ecosystems, as I mentioned before. I don't want to lose too much time. And if you want to learn more, if you want to understand more about it, there are some of the excellent documentaries that you can watch. The Social Dilemma is about algorithms. How are algorithms functioning on a social media, and how they are pushing us to do what the social networks wants us to do. The Great Hack, it's an excellent documentary about the Google, and the rise of the Amazon empire is about the Amazon and Jeff Bezos. So if you want to learn a little bit about it and to gain additional information, you may watch these documentaries. They are available on Netflix, but there's also a good site, documentaries online, and a lot of documentary movies are available for free to be watched. So this is it regarding the introduction to media literacy. If you have any kind of questions, things you want to ask, things you want to say, to mention. If not, we will have a short coffee break. And after that, we will continue with our further education. We can have, I think that we are having, let me just check. "30 minutes coffee break." So the coffee is outside. If you need any help, pa da. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Kad snimim, idem potpisati ugovor za stan, kupujem stan.
Da? Di kupuješ?
Kolodvorska.
Znam gdje je Kolodvorska.
I odmah uz parking se sad gradi zgrada.
Štrosika skreneš desno?
Desno, i odmah gdje te Konzum parking, odmah pored parkinga od tog Konzuma.
Čekaj, tamo je neki ona kao urbana vila nešto.
Ne, ovo je baš zgrada. Onak, ide
Zgrada.
na 5 katova.
Krasno. Krasno.
Zakopat ću se.
Pa mogu si misliti, da. Da ga samo malo ugasim, ha? Mhm. And also, it is necessary that you fill the information regarding the personal data processing, because we are photographing, we are making some publishments to the social media, so that you please fill in the formula and sign it as well. Hvala. Akademija. Akademija. KDB 7. questionnaire for the first part, and this is for usage of personal information.
Thank you.
Agreement. Here's the questionnaire for the first presentation, and this is the agreement about the personal data. Do you need a pencil? So did you finish?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Strong knowledge of video and photo editing, and we are about
This is not a good question. Yes.
But it doesn't matter.
Okay, so we can continue. You can finish your papers. We will talk now about the marketing, especially on the radios. So, what is come to your mind when you hear the word marketing and your radio station?
Money.
Sorry?
Money.
Sorry?
Only money.
Money. Yes, yes, yes. How are you making money on your radio station?
There is some few ways. We have some money from the university and some from the commercials.
You're from the university radio.
Yeah, I work in the two radio. In this time, I'm here for university radio.
Does the university radio also make commercials? Do you have any other type of earning money than just commercials?
I think there is some small amount from the state.
Are you having some sponsoring of a certain radio show, like weather forecast, sponsored by someone else, something like? Excellent. Anyone else about marketing?
Government programs.
Which ones?
People with disabilities, students, young people, minorities.
So what, you are preparing radio content for these things, and the government is giving some kind of...
Pay for us
those
programs and commercials.
Sponsorships, okay. Is the radio sponsor somewhere, for instance? Like a media sponsor for some events that you are covering, some special events? Do you have a specialized person for marketing and selling of the media space, or someone from the people at the radio are doing it aside?
Yes, but since we are a network and our radio station in Osijek is real small, there's only 3 people. Me, I'm for like information.
Me, myself, and I.
Yes. Local politics, and then we have like a person who is in the morning program, like fun content, and we have a producer. But people who are in like commercials and marketing, they're always other.
And for instance, if one small car shop or someone wants to advertise on your radio locally, can he contact you? Do you have a contact available, visible on your somewhere? But you are not offering, actively offering advertising options to, let's say, small businesses in your area?
I don't know, that's not my job. I don't go into details.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
My radio that I'm working on is, the owners are the state,
municipality. Municipality.
Yes, but they are only funding the 50%. The rest are money that we make from marketing and from the shows and
different kind of things that you can sell. Do you know? Do you have a person who is dedicated only to marketing, or someone from the?
That is only working and he has communication with the businesses, mostly small businesses from our part of the city and villages around it, because mainly our listeners are mostly from 30 to 50, 60 age.
Like medium and older population. Okay. Anyone else?
We don't have money on the government. We have a law to don't have money to media. And our local radio station have money almost for the projects of European and funds of European.
And commercials?
That we survive. We have 3 people only to do journalists and 1 technical person, and that's how we survive.
Do you have commercials? Do you have advertising that you are selling?
Very lot. We don't have many.
Little. Do you have any other communication channels other than radio?
What
like social media, for instance, website or blog or something. Mm-hmm.
We have our YouTube page, Instagram.
But basically, you are financing yourself through projects.
Yes.
Okay.
For the method.
So it's not usual for you in Macedonia that small businesses are advertising on radio, or?
They don't like local medias. They like the national medias first.
We
don't have many commercial in our radios.
I understand. Anyone else?
My Croatian radio Vukovar is the ownership is 100% local municipality. From one side, we don't have a problems with the salaries, etc., but from the other side, it's foreign, and we are independent, and you know how it looks like in the end. The content is very controlled. We have this whole department for marketing, and we are selling spaces on radio and local newspaper as well, because in every small city you have all, it's a relic from communism, I think, you have radio station and local newspaper. And the marketing is very developed in a way that the lady who works there and leading this department is very actively, approaching the local
Companies, businesses.
Yeah. And I mean, if you work like very hard, I mean, you can gain a lot of money because the radio is like that. Everyone wants to be heard on radio. So it's very strange for me to hear that in Estonia they don't like local radio, because I mean, if you have a local company, he wants to sell his or her products in local communities. But there is a whole philosophy about this marketing and how this department works, and it's very developed, and I congratulate them, because I mean, she's able to earn the money. Doesn't matter that we are already paid from the local municipality, because they are giving us every month amount of money, that covers our salaries. And everything that works on radio. So I mean, from one side it's great, but from the other side it's really, really controlled, and you can't actually work freely.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, anyone else wants to share with us their experience? Okay, so basically this is the day of introductions, so we will have to go into the marketing communications really briefly, because on Thursday you will have a much more efficient and much more practical education related to marketing, especially to media buying and sponsorship, where you will see what are the options and how to enlarge, how to make more money, how to make yourselves even more let's say, attractive to the local businesses and local companies. Today, we are very often talking about the generations. Why is it important? What do you think? Why is it important that we understand the generations? Okay, there are younger people among us, but why it is important to understand the new generation Z, or millennials, the Ys, from, let's say, standpoint of the generations who were used to mass media, who listened to the radio in the old-fashioned way. Why is it important that we realize that there are new generations with different media habits? What do you think? Do young people listen to the radio?
Maybe when they're in their cars, if they have older cars, if they have like newer cars,
then they're switching to application and they're not listening. Yes.
like that, but mostly in cars.
Yeah, that's true. In cars and in coffee shops or bars where there is a radio broadcasting. Yes. So now we are facing a generation, especially Z or Z, that is quite different from all the previous generations. Normally in the previous times, every generation was alike the previous one. We were kind of alike as our parents and our parents were like their parents or our grandparents. But the Generation Z with the digital age, they are more alike with the global Generation Z than they are with their parents. And we are facing a strange gap among a new generation and the older ones. And now we have to understand how are they receiving the information and how are they expecting that they get the information and the news. They are expecting that the news, the information finds them. So they are not finding the information. They want that the information finds them. And mostly they are informing themselves on social media, on social networks, especially Instagram or the younger ones, TikTok. So how as we, as the local radios, are going to approach these new generations to see in which way we can communicate with them, we can find them and get them as our public, as our audience, and at the end of the day, as our listeners. There are a bunch of definitions of the marketing. I don't want to bother you with them, but this definition from Philip Kotler, who is taken as the father of the marketing, is maybe the best possible definition of marketing: satisfying the needs profitably. So marketing is not charity. Marketing is not a donation. Marketing is business. So satisfying the needs of the consumers, of the public, of the audience, but profitably, in a profitable way. We have to earn out of it. That's the definition of marketing, in my opinion, the best one. So meeting the needs profitably. When Google realized that people want to search the information and to get the information as quickly and as effectively as possible, they created a search engine and prioritized certain websites to be at people's disposal. IKEA, for instance, they noticed that people want to buy furniture, furniture of quality, but not to pay too much. So they provide for them ready to assemble or do-it-yourself furniture. So providing people with the furniture of, let's say, significant quality with the lower prices, but they should do it by themselves, to assemble the furniture by themselves. So they realize the needs and they satisfy the needs of the customers in a profitable way, Although at the first glance, Google as a search engine, we do not understand how it makes money, but believe me, it makes enormous money. As we mentioned before, Facebook, Meta, and Google are earning enormous out of digital things. What are important for our local radios? The most important thing is to have our community. You do have them. You have your listeners and you have your community, and you have to maintain it. These relationships are not enough to be built, but you have to nourish them and you have to pay attention to your community. What are their needs? What are their necessities? What are their desires, in order to be able to provide them relevant content and to cover the local events and the local things that are happening in our local community. When we are listening to the local radio, we want to hear what's going on around us. I don't want to hear what's happening in a capital city or what's happening in the world. For that, I'm watching the main news, I'm watching the national TV or listening to national. I want to know what's happening in our community, in our local community. And what is the paradoxical situation? What the colleague mentioned, you have 3 people working. You do not have enough staff so that you go outside to make the stories, to bring us the stories, because there are a few people working on the radios, local radios. And that's the immediate problem. At the local radio stations, a few people are working, and they do not have possibility to go outside, to search for the stories, to bring us the local content, the local news. But on the other side, paradigmically, that is the reason why we are listening to local radio. I want to know what's going on, for instance, here. 2 years ago, we had a huge, enormous fire. One company that is dealing with the plastic recycling, it started, a huge fire was happened. And what happened here in our city? We saw a black smoke over the city. And what we did, first and foremost, we went on our local radio stations to hear what's going on. The internet portals didn't bring us any information, televisions, national televisions didn't bring us any information. Who can bring us information? The radio. And so it was on the radio. First, radio was responding, what's going on? What is on fire? What should we do? Should we close the windows? The whole city is in a black smoke. And it was a terrible situation. So these are the things that we want to hear from our local radios. You have to use the digital platforms. That's the thing with radios today. They have to bring more visual into them. So you are auditive media, but at the end of the day, you have to become a visual media as well. Whether you are starting your new blog, whether you are starting a website like a portal, a news portal, or you are using the social media, but you have to bring yourself more visuality in order to be more visible, to promote yourself more. So that's what colleague said. I have to post on social media in order to become more visible, in order to promote yourself as well. Creating localized content that reflects specific regional preferences to foster listener loyalty. For instance, local events, local sports events, local cultural events. These are the things that we want to read about, that we want to learn from our local radio stations. Why the marketing is important? You all mentioned it. The colleague said money. That's it. At the end of the day, we have to survive. We have to fund ourselves. We have to fund the salaries. We have to fund the technical things with the radios. And not only that, but we have to reach the new listeners. The new generations are coming, and we have to reach the new listeners because the old ones are not going to live forever. And we have to create hybrid forms of our engagement, of our content. That means that we have to use the YouTube channel, we have to use the social media, we have to use the blogs, the internet portals, all other things that are available in order to make ourselves more visible. For instance, there are several radio stations here in Croatia that are using YouTube channel as their TV extension, kind of TV. Why not? I mean, today, everything can be done with a smart technology, with the smartphones, with the smart gadgets. And you can upload it on the YouTube and use the YouTube as a visual channel. It costs us nothing. We can embrace it. Some one of you colleagues mentioned that they are doing podcasts. You are doing podcasts, and interesting ones, as I heard. So these are the things that could be done with a technology that is not expensive. There are sets for the podcasts for $200. So it's not an enormous money, but you can immediately do it and visual it and upload it on the YouTube, on your blogs, on your social media, share it, disseminate it via social media, and become more visible in a general public. As we said, through podcasts, live streams, multimedia, genres, and stuff like that. So the effective marketing of the local radios can better respond to evolving audiences' needs and maintain their relevance in a digital era. It is important that you are doing it because you are radio professionals, you are journalists, and you understand how important is the quality of the news content. Now, in these days, more than ever, because we are living in a deep fakes, now we have video deep fakes, we have audio deep fakes, we have text fakes, you name it. And with fake news, with disinformations and misinformations, now is more than ever important that the radio professionals or journalists are creating content which is relevant, which is accurate, which is newsworthy at the end of the day. As I mentioned, in nowadays, where we are living in an overload of misinformations, radios have the unique opportunity to provide verified and trustworthy information. Basically, to educate your communities, to educate them. We are the point where you can get the verified information. Here you can get the verified, the credible and relevant information. This is the segmentation of the audience. Just to go through quickly, so that you can see that now we are having two generations coming who are basically not, by default, radio listeners. These are alphas, the kids, they are already 15, 16 years old. Alphas, those are the generations that are not reading any longer. They are not reading books. They are TikTok generations. Their span of attention is 15 seconds. Some researchers showed us that they are not able to watch the whole movie. Now we have, if you can recall, on a Netflix, we have a binging of the short series because they are not able to watch the movie. I was thinking when I went to the movies to watch Oppenheimer, it was, I think, 3.5 hours. And I was thinking, this is not for the younger generations, 3.5 hours sitting in a movie theater. So they are TikTok generations. They are used to watch video content, short video content, and we have to find a way how to bring them back to the right path, let's say. The Z ones are born, according to the authors, these changes 1997, 98, even 2000. In my doctoral thesis, I was using an authors who were telling that the generation Z starts with the 2000. But this is the generation that was born around 2000, let's say, and they are born in a digital era. They are born with the fast internet, with the mobile internet. They do not recall, they do not know times before the internet, prior to internet. And they are YouTube oriented, they are TikTok oriented, they want everything fast, now, short information, short content. So these two are the most important generations, how we will attract them. How we will attract them, not to lose them forever. The Ys, the millennials, these are the generations who are ecologically aware. They are aware of the climate changes. They care about the earth, about the society, how it will be developed. And as you can see, they like streaming options, streaming application, podcasts, but they're also aware of the traditional things and of the traditional media as well as digital formats. The Generation X, these are the, let's say, the ones in a mature phase, or however we will say. This generation was born in a mass media society and became a digital immigrant and immigrated to the digital platforms, and we learned how to use the digital platforms. But we are not so much, let's say, dependent on digital technologies. We do like to listen to the radio, but we also accept new forms like podcasts, YouTube videos, and stuff like that. Baby boomers are, let's say, the golden generation, although in my doctorate thesis I was investigating the generations, and some of my theses were totally wrong because I assumed that the baby boomers will be more oriented to PCs, desktop versions, but basically 98% of the baby boomers are using smartphones. So they adapted quite good on a new technology and smartphones, and they also use the social media, especially Facebook. So the baby boomers are also someone who primarily uses consumes traditional mass media, but they're also on the social media, primarily Facebook, and they also like to search what's going on in the digital sphere, not to be totally discarded from today's society. And the silent generation are the vampires, let's call them, who are the eldest, and more or less they have limited access to the modern technology. But basically, what is important for us are these two, the new ones who are coming and who are totally living in a digital age, in a digital society, and we have to find a way how to attract them so that they are within our, let's say, community to become our public. Not necessarily only listeners, but also our audience, our public on our different channels. How to engage with our listeners or our public on a social media with Instagram stories. Stories and reels are the most, let's say, valuable content for the generations Z and Y. They like short stories. This is an immediate content, and therefore you can use this format as Instagram story for the live event coverage. If you are covering some live events, if you have some contests, if you are creating a polls, these are the good types of content that can be shared via Instagram stories. Instagram Live is also for the live broadcasting. Then polls and question stickers are some genres that can be used for the younger audience. Facebook is more for Generation X, also for the baby boomers. We have possibility for the live broadcast, live streaming via Facebook. That can allow our listeners to watch the content, to watch the activities that we are providing. Facebook groups is something that Facebook algorithm values. So for instance, if you are creating groups, Facebook algorithm will be more favorable toward you than that you are creating only a page. So for instance, if you have what you mentioned, colleague, that you have some shows regarding the disabled people, minorities and stuff like that, you can create some kind of groups, and the Facebook algorithm will push you and give you more visibility if you are creating group rather than only a page. Messenger chatbots, this could be used as a direct communication, direct sending of the messages, invitations for some events and stuff like that. For the TikTok, there are features that will allow listeners to respond to your content or to create collaborative videos in order to get more interaction. TikTok is very good combination if you are using influencers. If you have communication or if you have cooperation with influencers, then this could be a very good channel. And live streaming also, TikTok Live also a very good platform for asking questions, commenting in a real time, everything in order to acquire the younger audience. There are some other communication applications that could be used. I don't know in your countries, but in our countries, let's say, quite popular is this Telegram. I know that some journalists are using that application for their communication, but there are some options on Telegram that can offer you some possibilities in order to use it as additional channel. vContact, this is something for also different kind of options that could be used within this application, with this communication app. WhatsApp, it's a part of the Meta group. It's also a communication application. It offers you to create groups, but also to have a WhatsApp broadcasting. So it allows you to sending messages to the large number, for instance, listeners or audience simultaneously. Then there is a Snapchat, maybe for the younger audience, but also if you want to engage with a younger audience, if you want to create some behind-the-scenes content on something, you can use Snapchat, Nextdoor, and some other applications. There are really a bunch of them available. I don't know how are you with the Twitter or X. I know that colleagues from Portugal, they are using Twitter and X very oftenly. It's quite used by Spaniards and Portuguese. In our country, it's not very popular. In Croatia, I don't know, in your countries, Twitter, X?
Also
not so popular.
It's some kind of reliable. You can find first news are X. But now it's a little bit changing because of Trump.
What could be our KPIs or key performing indicators? How can we measure ourselves? How can we see whether we were successful in our campaigns? We can see how much reach and share we gain with our audience. The numbers of listeners, our reach, can be an indicator that, let's say, our activities were good. There's also a possibility to purchase the research service, but these are quite expensive. These are quite expensive researches, and I don't know if the radios are purchasing that kind of researches. In our country, we have some special agencies that are providing metrics and that are providing reaches for the electronic media, radio and television, that you can rely on, and it is much more affordable for the radios to purchase these reports than to buy a service from these specialized companies. There's also a Eurobar, EU metrics that you can watch or check or follow, for instance, to see how is the behavior of the listeners develop, what are the trends. They have it for each country which are EU members. I know that they have for Slovakia and for Croatia and for Portugal. I couldn't find anything for Macedonia. But I don't know if you have any kind of research that is available through your agency. Do you have any electronic agency or agency?
Maybe Victor will tell more about research and maybe
Every research you have to pay, or do you have anything that can be given to you for free?
There isn't any free research for radio or even the research for radio in Macedonia for quite some time now. So if you want to know how you're developing on the market, you need to fund your own research.
Do you know the prices, for instance, if you would order such kind of a research?
We made the research last year in April, and we paid around €5,000.
Yes, it was always expensive, and it still is. Yeah, but this is basically the most relevant when you order your own research. That's the most verified and credible.
Because you can put questions that you want to ask your listeners, so you can develop your program depending on the needs of your listeners, the general listeners of the radio.
Yeah.
And without research, you're only guessing.
Yes.
Guessing can be very expensive.
Yes, exactly. How to reach your audience, how to reach broader audience, how to reach wider audience. Use your social media. I know now through these Newaves, I'm following this Channel 77, and I have to say that you are doing an excellent job because you are really make yourself noticeable, make yourself visible, and you have a really different and variety of the content. Sometimes this is funny, sometimes this is entertainment, sometimes it is political issues, sometimes it is something which is educational, but you are really active on social media, especially Instagram. Instagram likes continuity. Instagram likes when you are active every day. So it's not so easy to be an influencer. For instance, if you are, I hate cooking, so for instance, if I was an influencer for the cooking or cuisine, I would have to cook 3 times a day, so you really have to be active. Instagram does not care if you are inactive. The algorithm will not follow you. So you have to be active and you have to have the continuity. So use the social media in order to give yourself more visibility, to give yourself more promotion, to promote yourself, to push yourself to be more visible. Advertise online. You can have an excellent advertising combination of the Google or some social media advertising from time to time, especially when you have some big events, when you have some huge things, announce it. Make it known to the public. We always think I put it on social media, everyone saw it. No one saw it. The algorithm will not provide you a reach if you are not paying. And a few years ago, it was kind of a cheap advertising, but nowadays it is not cheap at all. So you have to really invest. Sometimes before Corona, before COVID-19, it was enough to invest 10 euros and you could gain quite solid reach. But now these 10 euros became 100 euros. So sometimes you really...
What will you tell us about Facebook advertising? Because in Macedonia, Facebook is not popular network.
Mm-hmm.
It was different few months ago to do it some kind of advertising to find actually more users, and every day is different. You know, Facebook a lot changes its algorithm. So what we can do with Facebook? What do you recommend?
With the Facebook, you have to have the paid advertising. Unfortunately, organic reach, it's not possible any longer.
TikTok, you have organic reach, not
Yes. Although TikTok is allowing advertising now as well, and it will be a... Yes, in Croatia you can advertise on TikTok.
But Macedonia you cannot
Uh-huh.
for now. So
But on Facebook you really have to boost your posts. So you have to pay.
We will have broad.
Yes, yes. Unfortunately.
I think Facebook made it impossible for you to advertise something that will go out of their social network. So if you put link that will take out the people from the Facebook
Yes,
page
that's not possible.
to the website, even if you spend money,
Yes.
you won't get
Yes, that's true. That's why I showed you the previous slide with the ecosystems, where everyone is keeping you within their ecosystem. For the Facebook, you have to, unfortunately, they say we are crystal house, we are transparent house, we are glass house, but they are changing their algorithms every 4 hours. Every 4 hours, so it's not possible to follow. It's not possible to read all these instructions that they are providing. If you are not advertising, you will not get the reach. But what is the problem? When you go into the analytics of the Facebook, they will tell you, you will reach 23,000 people, you will have the impressions, this amount, you will have this and have that. This analytic is something that they are providing and we cannot check it. So we can only trust them that we will have 23,000 people reach, but we cannot check this. So it's kind of a double jeopardy with Facebook and Google. They tell you, you will have the reach of this amount, but you cannot check that. You cannot be sure that you reached that amount. Only what you can check is how many people who were seeing your ad on Facebook, and if you use this button, go to my website or check our channel or call us or send us an email, only here you can measure how many people actually did the action. And that's the only reality of how many people from the social media ad that you boosted, that you paid, how many of them came to your website or call you or send you an email or made a purchase or something. And even that, Facebook is not in favor of this, what your director said, but they also like that you are making advertising within Facebook. So if you are selling shoes, make an advertising of the shoes within the Facebook. Do not go to your website where you're selling the shoes, but stay within the Facebook and make e-commerce inside page within the Facebook so that you can get more audience.
We can sell the news with e-commerce. This is the main.
Yes, of course.
We sell.
I think that Facebook can be used only for brand awareness, maybe.
Yes.
So you can teach the people that you're existing, and
Yeah.
they can go organically on your website direct. Maybe
Yes.
That's,
yes.
Facebook made it all about the money. So.
Yeah, you can use it for brand awareness, what you mentioned, the promoting your brand, in this case your radio station, so that people are aware that you exist and that they are aware that you are providing a relevant content. So the campaign that you are organizing on social media should be related to your brand as well as the relevant content and let's say credible content that you are providing. And in that way to gain visibility of yourself as a radio station. Much better results are with Google. If you are using Google advertising, they are offering enormous amount of varieties of the advertising, and maybe you can gain much more audience when you are advertising via Google. But the question is how to create a campaign to be available on a Google display ads that bring you more listeners. But I think. Sorry?
What kind of content you can advertise on Google? Because we talk about
only the image campaign.
We talk about stories. We talk about short content.
So my idea is that on the Google and on the social media, you are advertising your brand. You are doing image campaign of your, for instance, brand, and bringing them to your platforms where you will give them the information. That's the only thing I think possible. It's not possible for you as a radio to advertise news, but you can advertise trustworthy news or credible news or verified news. You can find the verified information on our radio station. Trust our radio station. Our information is confirmed or something like that, to create an image campaign which will be pushed on social media and Google, but to bring them to your website, to your radio station, to your podcast platform or something like that. I think that's maybe an option, but only to. Yeah, I think an image campaign where you can advertise that you are a relevant source of the information, when you are a spot of the trustworthy news, point where information are checked, no fake news point or something like that. You know, to create an image campaign of yourselves, telling that we are a reliable source, and come to our channels to listen to our news or something like that, I think. Get involved in your community. That's also very important. You can be a sponsor or you can be a promoter of some events. And through these events, you can gain a new audience, or you can tell your community, we are here, we are the radio, we are covering this local event, we are helping with the organization of this event, something like that. I know that a lot of local radio stations are sponsoring some events in a sense that they are giving them media space. For instance, there are fish days in Kopačevo here in Baranja, and a local radio station is covering this event and providing giving the advertising to this association.
Give
Yes, and they can then promote themselves at the very event. But anyhow, it is important that you are part of your community. Not to distance yourself from your community, but to be a part of the community, to be there when the community needs you, and also host an event. You can, as a local radio station, create events by yourselves. If there are some concerts, I don't know, promoting of the new albums of the local artists or something like that, everything can be an event. An artist who is doing some fine arts, or the artist who is doing a music, a singer or whatever, from the even small thing you can make a small event and use it as your promotion as well. There are some metrics for your broadcasting. Traditional one is average time spent listening, ATSL. This measures how long the listener stays tuned to your radio station. This is usually done in a way that the listener is writing a diary, how many hours or how many minutes he spent listening to the radio station every day. Or there are some devices that are given to the people that are called people meters, that are measuring how long listeners are listening. There's also people meters for the TV as well, that is measuring how many hours someone watching the television. This Nielsen media research is available in Croatia. I don't know, in your countries, do you have it? This Nielsen research survey that is providing this kind of research and this kind of information. This is an overview of the listenership and how the trends are moving through the years. You can see that in 2016, 91% of the audience listened to FM radio over the air, meaning the traditional way, and only 9% in digital streaming. This is global information, relevant for the global audience. For men, specifically for men from 25 to 54 years old. This is not relevant. This is not specific measurement for Europe or even for countries. This is global, just to see the trend. So, as we can expect, in 2023 we have 28% listening over digital streaming of the radio, and only 72% over the air or traditional way. But for our countries, I can talk about Croatia, but I think in Macedonia and Slovakia is pretty much the same. Do we have this DAB? No. DAB Plus? Yeah, I know, but DAB Plus, you have it? People are listening to it? Yeah. We are having it, but it is really at the very beginning, and people are not very fond of it, and people are not listening it. Yes, it's also with us in the cars, but the percentages in Croatia, the percentage is much lower, and this is also overall how world is listening to the music. So we see that 32% are streaming via Spotify or Apple Music or some application. 31% is video streaming with YouTube. 17% are listening on the radio. 9% are listening to the purchased music, CDs, vinyls, etc. And other forms of listening, TV, on demand, premium, Netflix, and some other applications. So basically, audio streaming via applications is in a huge rise, and also 17% listening over the radio. Regarding the digital platforms, if you have a website, if you have a blog, then you can have the analytics, and you can follow your performance and measure your performance through the digital tools that are available for your website, for instance, or blog. Website traffic. How many visitors per day, unique visitors per day? What are the pages the visitors viewed? What are the bounce rate? Who came and bounced immediately or stayed some minutes on our web page? Time spent on our website, etc. Google Analytics is something that can be relevant, that can be used for the metric. And on social media, there's also analytics that we can see, and we can analyze to see how many likes we have, how many comments, shares, what is the engagement rate, what is the reach rate, how are the public behaving on our social media posts. This is, let's say, Google Analytics, how it looks like. Here we can see, for instance, number of sessions, meaning number of visitors who came to our website according to the dates. Here we have total number, how they came to our website. Display, meaning Google advertising, display advertising. So we had some advertising, and 58% clicked on that ad and came to our website. Paid search, this is Google keywords, paid keywords. Someone searched us and then clicked and come to our website. Direct, they entered www. And came to our website. Organic search, they entered our name and organically came to us. A referral, there were some links on other web pages, and they clicked on the link and came to our website. Other social media, email, newslettering, for instance. So we can see what is functioning. What are the best things that are bringing us our public? Total number of users, user engagements. They stayed on our website 22 minutes, for instance. How many pages they viewed, etc., etc. So Google Analytics is excellent because it shows us quite detailed information, who are coming to our website, which page they are looking, how many minutes they stayed, what they are interested in, where they are coming from. Did they came from with a smartphone or from the laptop or PC, etc., etc. Very, very good analytic that we can use. This is also Google Analytics, where you can see how many how many people are visiting our web page. Here are where they're coming from. This one is from Google. We have a 22%, let's say, from France. 29% use the smartphone to come to our web page, and they come from Google. The other one, the next one is from Twitter. This is from education. Some other websites. So very, very good and very detailed information through Google Analytics. There's also analytics that we can use from other applications. For instance, this is option if you are using Google e-commerce, search engine optimization on Google, Google Maps, Google Analytics, Google advertising, different kind of advertising, and YouTube, because Google bought YouTube. And when you are using Google advertising, you are always given the option to advertise on YouTube as well. Spotify has their analytics that you can check. Google has good analytics regarding Google Analytics and some other tools as well. Apple Music also offers some kind of analytics, or Apple Podcasts, and also social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Basically, all of them are offering analytics that you can check what's going on in your social media. This is the main, for instance, thing. What media can we use in which way? So we all have earned media. What are the earned media? So basically, the media relations that we have with others, the links, either that we are having with others or some others are having with us. So we have the linking bond. Then word of mouth. Word of mouth is the most relevant, the strongest relationship that you can have with your listeners. Because we trust our friends the most, friends and family. So if your friend or family recommends you something, you trust them without any reserve. So if someone is referring us as a radio to somebody, to their friends, this word of mouth is our strongest weapon, our strongest tool that we can use. Blogger relations, meaning that we have a special relations with some bloggers, and they will mention us, they will link us, they will promote us on their blogs, or influencers and relationship with influencers, they will tag us or mention us. These are the media that we do not have to pay, and we are earning, let's say, this visibility and promotion through them. Shared media means the community engagement, brand ambassadors, user-generated content, and customers' social responsibility, meaning that we can be part of our community. We can be social responsible. We can talk about the issues that are important to our community, whether we are talking about environment, education, whatever issues are in our local community. We can be the leaders in these topics, and in that way we gain the trust and brand ambassadors, meaning that our listeners will talk about us and give us additional benefits. Shared media, meaning that someone is reviewing us and giving us, let's say, a good grades, that we gain organic reach on social media, that people are talking about us, and that we are, let's say, part of the forums. Then again, owned media, our own distribution and promotion, publishing platforms, what are our channels, the content distribution, search engine promotion, how are we managing our website and our relevance on a website. Our own media, our websites, blogs, social media, everything that we are covering, everything that we are handling, that's our own media. Paid media, email marketing, inbound marketing, content offers. This is so-called content marketing, what we are offering to our public. Paid advertising, event marketing, event promotion, how we are handling our activities. Part of this is also a viral marketing. It is very important because it has an enormous reach. Viral marketing is something that is important for the digital media because as viral as some content is, the better reach and the better numbers it will achieve. So I gave you here some examples of good activities on social media that gained a quite viral reach. For instance, Spotify, they were promoting The Weeknd's new album. And The Weeknd, his name is Abel, and they wrote on social media, Abel is back, just in time for the weekend. Abel se vraća za vikend, but it was excellent because his stage name or his artistic name is The Weeknd, so they kind of made a small fun trick, and that was excellent for the viral marketing, for the reach. Then there was a promotion of the Coke. They had an image campaign where they were having different names that you can combine. That was an image campaign related to friends and family. They wanted to gather friends and family to share a Coke with a friend, and you can use whatever name there was. So if you are visiting Carlo, you are purchasing him Carlo Coca-Cola, something like that. And they used the royal wedding of the Harry and Meghan, and they prepare it as their part of their commercial, their advertising, and time for a royal celebration, share a Coke with Harry and Meghan, which was excellent communication, and that was also viral throughout the internet. There's also excellent possibility to combine guerrilla and viral. Guerrilla marketing is always something that you can use with lower funds. It's not necessary to have much money invested in a guerrilla marketing, but you can use a guerrilla activity to make it viral. For instance, this was, I think, Nescafe advertising, that they used steam sewage or something like that. They made a sticker of a coffee and then got this steam coming out of the coffee. And that was kind of guerrilla, which they made photos and videos and made it go live. And also for announcing the movie, the movie from Stephen King, based on Stephen King's novel, It is Closer Than You Think, hashtag It Movie in cinemas on September the 7th. So basically they just put a red balloon here at the sewage, and they used the hashtag and announced the starting of the broadcasting of the movie, and then make a whole thing viral. So what are the most important things that we have to remember? It is important to think about, talk about our marketing strategies, how we can do some of the campaigns, to educate ourselves in digital technologies, to follow the new things that are coming rapidly every day, build trustworthiness in order to provide verified and trustworthy content to our listeners, and forge new partnerships. This education is one of the events that you can forge new partnerships, to connect with people, to create a network, to use this opportunity to see whether we can maybe participate together in some project, in some events. What are your ideas? What are you doing? So mingle around and make a network of people, stay in contact with each other, learn from each other, gain some ideas, or give some ideas. What are you doing that are good for you? And this is always a good thing to make a progress, to learn some new things. So basically this is it from my part. We are finished with this introductory. I hope I didn't kill you with a lot of theory, but unfortunately we have to go through this so that you can continue your education. I want to give you some information regarding the next days so that you know how we will continue. At 1 o'clock we will have lunch in restaurant Merlon. The restaurant is here when you go outside of our building, literally across the square into the street, and on the left is Merlon. We can go all together so that you know that each day you will have there a lunch. After that, you will continue with the classes at 3. And at 6 o'clock, we organized a little city tour, walking city tour with a guide. If you are interested, if you want to do it, and if it's not raining, heavily raining, you can join us all together here in front of the building and go to have a little city tour. And we will continue then tomorrow at 9 o'clock here at the same place at the same time. So basically now you can have some coffee, mingle around a little bit, and at 1 o'clock we can go to have a lunch at restaurant Merlon. And also before you go, please, also I have a second questionnaire that I will ask you please to fill in. Oops. Sorry. Aha. Može više komada, jel? Tu. Imate dosta. Hvala. Mogu ovo? Jeste mi popunili?
Je sve što je zapravo program i kultura gradom, sve to isto treba?
Ne. Kad Levak završi, vi ste finito.
Ok.
Aha, dobro. Mogu ovo? Can I take this? This also, yeah.
Move one slide back for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
This presentation will be part of the platform.
Yes. But I have your emails. I can send you the presentations. I have your emails. I can send you the presentations.
atmosfera je baš ono, na nivou. Dobro, ovo radi đubre. Aj neće. Vidi sad je ova kartica crna. Pa ja ne mogu vjerati. Ja ovo mogu. Mogu se mazati.
Izgubio materijal, ali sva sreća pa taj lik isto bavi s nečim, pa ima razumijevanja.
I tri su i sve tri kartice bile crkva jedan. Bog te čemu ovo, to sad mora tako biti.
Ne mislim da će se aktivirati oko ove kamere. Mislim da ne mogu da
Dobro.
ne, sve se polako gotovo, onda sam valjda u 5 i onda...
Ma.
Vrijeme kad već trebaš ono malo...
Jedan, dva, tri, četiri, pet. Dobro. Šta bi čovjek tebi da mikrofon nakači? Da tebe slušamo cijeli dan. Ne bi to.
Ne, ti.
To je prava stvar. A jebote. Stranger.
Imam.
Najbolje.
Tak mi savjetu ovoj, pa sam zato napravio.
Ćemo staviti.
To je zbog kamere,
s ove strane, da. I samo ovaj si ostatak
ja smijemo malo otvoriti. Aj malo zraka pa... Lino, kako mogu ovo sakriti? Malo bolje.
Samo čekaj.
Ajde, namotaj da ja nešto ne znam.
Skida se samo uzmi.
Da bio dobar ručak.
I to sve stepaju ovdje. Koga pitaš?
Kolegica ovdje.
Aha.
Je bio dobar ručak, pitam?
Pa nije ga bilo za mene.
Stvarno?
Ne, nisam ja išla jer su studenti Homo sapiens panicus seminarije i to.
Aha.
I onda sam ostala u kabinetu
Da. Sve pod kontrolom, ja.
Malo smo pričali, ako bude kiša, mi razmišljamo da možda odgodimo svi.
Znam, baš sam to htio reći da ću ja vidjeti na pauzi.
Tako je, kako bude
a kako bude vrijeme. Ako vidimo da vrijeme se kvari, ja ću nazvat ženu i reći da siti Tordanu. Da, Iva.
Jer tamo između 6 i 7 počinje pljuščina. Sad smo gledali otprilike, kužiš.
A za koji dan bi onda to prebacili?
Ne bi.
Da.
Zahvalit se i reći je bio.
Ne, ti reci, vidjet ćemo kako će biti vrijeme, sprema se kiša, nažalost, ako bude bilo...
Možda je možemo...
Oni se nisu svi vratili, jel?
Nisu, nema još Makedonaca, mislim.
Možda je možemo najaviti, sam da zna da postoji mogućnost događanja City Toura, čisto da ti žena zna planirati.
Da. Ajde, nazočujemo se.
Pa ja mislim da treba otkazati. Počet će kišurina točno u 6:30, kužiš.
Naša štaka ne počne.
A znam, ali šta ako počne usred ture? Jel vi ostajete uopće ili sad gibate?
Ne, ja ću ostati jer moram... Ja moram ostati, ne moram ostati, ali ću ostati, radit ću tu diseminaciju, ponijela sam se sve kojiš pa ćete sačekati dok završiš.
Može. Gledaj, ajmo mi onda na pauzi vidjeti, jer to je taman 15 do 5 i stigne se ženi najaviti ako ona neće doći. A gdje su, da Makedonce čekamo ili šta?
Ne, ja ostala sam studentima odgovarati za to.
Sorry, we will need more signatures because you know how it is with projects. Samo da pitam, čekamo vaše kolege?
Da, sad će da dođu.
Ok, pa ćemo...
Imaš ovdje napred potpisnu listu, jesi vidio?
Sve sam već dao da se potpišu. Koliko im je trebalo za evaluaciju? 10 minuta je dovoljno?
Maksimalno.
Dobro. Okay. Čekamo samo Makedonci.
Stavila tu da oni znaju da...
Oni sad stižu, da. Malo su komotni. Je li vama bio dobar ručak? Kako ste zadovoljni?
Ma da,
Ok. Marina je bila na ručku pa je ošla ili? Marina?
Da.
Dobro.
Bila pa je ošla.
Šta je dogovor za sutra?
Ja sam opet u 7 i nešto ovdje, ali bit ću uključena.
Treba li doći? Ako treba doći.
8:15.
Ok. Kad god treba, samo vičite, ja sam si oslobodio.
Vrećice smo složili, tako da u principu...
Da, ja ću doći tu ujutro, stignut vrećice gore.
Jel treba večeras nekog dočekivati?
Ti moderiraš presicu.
Da, znam. Dogovorio sam sa Irenom da joj pošaljem najavu. Ona će proslijediti dekanici i sutra ujutro će pustiti. Sve sam izdogovarao. Da, sutra ujutro će pustiti jer kaže ona dekanica će ti odgovoriti, a takve stvari idu po defaultu. Ali moraš je poslati.
Ko sutra ide kod te kiflice?
Studentica.
Aha, pravo, da je ona išla s njim, dobro, ok, to će ona će opet doći tako kao i danas, ja sam im rekla.
Da, s tim da će biti više kiflica i bit će dužvaje. Pa da.
Dobro, one će doći.
I'm sorry, we are just waiting for few colleagues from Northern Macedonia, so sorry. Ne, šalim se, nego sam samo došao vidjeti jer, ma ne, nego ispričao sam se kolegama da... Ja sam, sada, malo. A ko je sutra?
Sutra je ujutro odmah Anderson.
Ali ko pozdravlja u ime akademije? Imamo 3 prvde.
Tanja.
Ileš, dobro. Jer me pitala ova Jasminka. Ja kažem, gledaj, koliko ja znam u srijedu je Borko, a za utorak nisam siguran.
Tanja, utorak, već smo se nas čuli, dogovorili sve, poslala sam ja njima sve već pripreme, ali Borko traži još dobro na priču Marcela.
Moderiranje presice naravno mora dvojezično, jel da? Englesko-hrvatski ili...
Svi ovi novinari biti.
Da.
Znaš, oni će svi biti uzimati izjave, čak je rekao
Toilet is there.
Henderson je rekao da dovodi sa sobom neku televiziju portugalsku. Jedan od tih novinara je televizijski.
Možda ih je od tih 14-9 od tamo. Možda je zato razlog toliko.
Mislim, uzimat će oni.
Kako si ti zadovoljan? Kako ti je prošlo ovo? Šta nama ovo treba? Evo, tebi je potrebno svjetlo, ali da ne gasi. No. Jel imaš pointer? Sam mislio da je tamo. Da ne moram. A u principu ne.
Trebali su biti ove klinke, ali su snimali, trebaš
Može da.
Ima tamo još taj fond.
Ovo je šta, jel trebam nešto ubaciti ili ovo?
Da, ubodeš ovo i tu ga pokreneš gore, imaš sa strane. Znači, spustiš, ovo spustiš.
Ma odmah.
Kužiš?
Mogu.
Ono.
Hello to all you again. I hope that you had a nice meal. And now I have pretty interesting task to keep you awake after a good lunch, and I hope that I will do it. For the first, to introduce myself, I'm Tomislav Levak. I'm a PhD at Communications Studies, and I'm teaching at Academy of Arts and Culture in Osijek. I'm former, long year ago, journalist, so I'm close to you. And my PhD was definitely from disinformation and fake news. This is one of the biggest lectures at our Mobility Week and our learning modules, but I will keep it, don't worry, I will keep it in time, so we will have it till 6 o'clock with a short break. Just one announcement. Rain is coming just in time for our city tour. We will be in touch with our guide. If it will be raining, there will be no city tour, but that's not our fault, that's just the weather. you will know on time if we will go to city tour at 6 o'clock, okay? This is part of a bigger module called Ethics and Law, and it is called Preventing Disinformation and Propaganda. I won't do it much theoretically. First part will be more theoretical, and second part will be more practical, so please be interactive, and please communicate, and please answer my questions or get your comments to this subject. For the starter, one question for you. This is deliberately old news, so you can't remember it, I think. I just want to ask you, and this is part of recognizing some characteristics of true or fake news. Is it true or false news? Don't be misled with think that this lecture is called Preventing Disinformation and Propaganda. I want your opinion, and I want your arguments for that. What do you think? Anybody?
Just a guess that it's true.
It is true. What makes you think that it is true?
That everything is possible.
Everything is possible. Queen Elizabeth, rest her soul, but she wasn't a very pleasant person. We all agree. This could happen. Yes?
For me, it's false. I don't
Why?
see any information. I don't see any.
But you see the author. You see the portal. You see the date. Just News USA.
For
Okay.
me, it's not enough.
Okay.
So,
You think it's false. This is fake news. This is false news, but I will explain you why. Queen Elizabeth raises the Obamas from Prince Harry's wedding guest list. This could happen. She had the power to do that. King Charles also has the power to do something like that. She, as I already said, wasn't a very pleasant person. But some things here, and we also have author who is a real person, Jordan Hill. He exists. We have a date which can be true, but we have that, thank you, false website called Just News USA. When you see some kind of that name for the website, please be suspicious, because it's very suspicious thing. Also, but you can't see it in this technical situation, but these are not photos, these are screenshots taken from the videos, and it was deliberately taken that you can see angry Queen Elizabeth and pretty worried Michelle Obama, which was erased from the wedding list. So this is false news. But I wanted to, I like to show this example because it has all characteristics of that you can recognize as true or you can recognize as false. Is it clear? Do you have any questions?
The logo is like actually some kind of combination between.
It's like some combination of CNN or something. It's like similar to their logo. But you have signs for both of that answers. My colleague, Snezhana, told you something about and showed some videos, but she didn't show this, and pardon for the vocabulary in this video.
Let me explain something to you. Whenever you come in here and interrupt me, you're breaking
maybe all the generations know the answer, which is the movie here. The Shining. Yes, that's one of my favorite horror movies because it's very, very psychological. What did we see here? Did we see Jim Carrey perfectly impersonated Jack Nicholson, or we saw something else? AI. We saw deep fake. My colleague Snježana already told you about deep fake. I just want to emphasize, okay, Jim Carrey is a perfect impersonator. He could do it from sequence to sequence, from scene to scene, from word to word, he could do it. And he is physically similar to Jack Nicholson. Also nowadays, we have more perfect deep fakes, and as you all been this before noon at lecture, yes? And Snježana explained you about deep fake, but I just want to emphasize something. When you say deep fake, we all think about video. We all think about maybe photo, but more important for you, the most important for you, deepfake also could be audio. For this project, some of you know that, we did lectures, we did presentations, and what did we use for voice? I think you know. No. What did we use? Did we use a real person or?
You mean voiceover?
Yes. What did we use? Who did we use?
AI.
AI. That's one of the things that AI can do good, can do well, because for me, when I now have, these days, I must record 3 webinars. And the most annoying thing to me is to do that voiceover and recording me in one sequence which is like 25-30 minutes long. You can't do it in some scenes, but when you do it with the AI, you can do it with the voiceover, which is which AI recorded. We could choose male, we could choose female, we could choose kind of voices, but in the radio program, it's still better to do with a live human, because people are connected with voices, people are connected with human. I all agree. I warmly hope, I sincerely hope that the time when AI will do some in program and people can connect with that is a long future. We will talk about deepfake more after, but now I just want to do something dealing with new media and media universe. Lev Manovic, which is one of the most well-known theorists, some of you had Lev Manovic for your studying because you studied here. He, in 2001, at his famous book, A Language of New Media, he said, in popular view, categories considered new media are the internet, websites, multimedia, computer games, CD-ROMs, DVDs, and virtual reality. So, today this also includes digital television, social networks, communication platforms, mobile apps, etc. Because in 2001 we didn't have any of these things or most of them. Manuel Castells and my colleague Snježana already talked to you before noon about network society. He wrote a book called Network Society. He said we don't live anymore in 7 years after he wrote Internet Galaxy book, he said we don't live anymore at the Gutenberg Galaxy, which was based on a written dissemination and written paper. We now live in Internet Galaxy, and we now live in network society. Are we all agree that this is true? Yes. We are all connected. We are all much more connected than before, and it's not a good thing all of the time. If you have any questions, just interrupt me, just ask them. Is it all clear till now? We also have a situation that we have more and more users of social media platforms, social networks. This is one of the newest tables, one of the newest results about favorite social media platforms, but it is constantly changing, but not decreasing, it's just increasing. The most popular social website, the most popular social network is still Facebook, but it's considered for a middle or older generation. But we have more and more social networks. TikTok is one of them, which is now very, very popular, but there are more of them. When we are talking about problem of fake news, I will explain you about terminology, which is very important for this subject in this theoretical part. Are we talking about old problem or new problem? What do you think? Old problem. Why?
We had propaganda before.
We had propaganda.
Sometimes similar to fake news.
Definitely. But why we are talking about it so much now? What has changed?
Because the media is more accessible than before.
More accessible, more disseminating. Yes, you already heard about prosumers. We all became producers and consumers of information. But when we are talking about this information, the production of this information as intentionally published and verifiably inaccurate information for various purposes, most often for propaganda or manipulation. I won't talk within this lecture about propaganda as commercials. I will definitely talk about it in that way, dealing with disinformation and politics, or manipulation ever since ancient times in verbal mode. We lied from the beginning of human civilization. We are lying all the time, unfortunately. Some of things that were prerequisites of fake news were rumors, were gossips, but it all spreaded in the first time in verbal mode. Written dissemination after the emergence and spreading of the press from 15th century. Why then? This is a matter of history, not knowledge about media. What happened in 15th century? Print, but based on which invention was invented in 15th century? Gutenberg? Printing machine. Printing machine. He invented printing machine, and we had one of the first mass media, our newspapers. In first it was just 2 or 3 pages of paper, but we had a written dissemination. So it spreaded all over the world in time. Sorry, Italians, but you were the first who wrote it. First fake news appeared in Trento in Italy on Easter Sunday, which is very interesting, and 1475. A 2-year-old boy, Simonino, disappeared, and a Franciscan priest, Bernardino da Feltre, claimed in his sermons that the boy had been abducted by the Jews, who killed him and used his blood to celebrate the Passover. Rumors spread quickly, and Felter soon began claiming the boy's body was found in the basement of a Jewish home. They printed that news because that was the time when you were going, some person will come to the square, open the paper and read it in front of everybody, but it also spread it from hand to hand. Boy was found one day after that spread that news. He was nearly dead because he fell from mother's arms to some bushes, and he was left there, and he nearly went death by cold, but he survived. Before that, before they found him, before they knew that it was fake news, 15 Jews were found guilty and burned at the stake. So fake news are taking lives from the beginning of spreading the written disseminations. Fake news is still, unfortunately, taking lives now. One of the well-known examples are Russian-Ukrainian war. But it is also new age phenomenon. This is very interesting for you who are coming from radio stations. This is one of the most well-known examples. Do you know this example? Do you know this story? I will just repeat it in few sentences for some of you, maybe you don't know. This is Orson Welles, famous director and actor. He did a radio drama from book War of the Worlds of H.G. Wells. He did it on purpose. We won't lie ourselves. At Halloween of 1938, and he did it so vividly. He did it so. He did it with so much expression that people thought that real aliens are attacking their homes, and they started to put their things and trying to escape. He when he realized what he did, he went to the program, apologized, and he said that he didn't know what he will cause, but he did know it was very well. It was very well commercial, and he did a propaganda of himself. This is one of the well-known examples. Today, it is not possible to do it like that because information is spread in a very fast time, and there's no way that one radio station in one program will do this effect, because you can check it at some other media and check it, is it true or not. Why this information are in the focus of the general public now? Because of three very important political reasons globally well known. One is the Brexit. You all know what the Brexit is. Second one is first Donald Trump campaign, because he already did third. He became president. After that, he lost his second campaign, and now he, I must say, unfortunately, became president for a second time. His campaign in U.S. presidential elections in 2016, and also Russian-Ukrainian conflict, which unfortunately became a war from 2014, from annexation of Crimea. Because of that three political reasons, we are talking about spreading the fake news faster than ever. The problem escalated quickly, and the relevant structures were not ready. Popular term in the public became fake news. If you ask him, he invented that term, but he's lying. He's spreading fake news again. Why these three events? Because in campaign for Brexit, they spread fake news in favor of people who wanted to vote for Brexit, for Great Britain going out from European Union. Many examples of fake news were spreading during the presidential campaign of Donald Trump and, to be honest, also from Hillary Clinton, and during the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, which is called TikTok war because of spreading through social media and spreading so fast. We also have many fake news. Term fake news was invented by Craig Silverman, CEO of internet portal BuzzFeed, and very interesting, he invented it for scientific reasons. He used the term first in a scientific paper in 2016, and he's now telling that he said a few months ago, I didn't do anything special. I just put two words, fake and news, together, which are very common. But they accepted that, and I'm now feeling like a guy who did the match, who lighted the match, and the fire started, and you can't stop the fire. Oxford Dictionary said that the term post-truth, which was connected with fake news, was international word of the year in 2016. In translation, it means post-factual. In reality, it means nothing. It's just some invention how you can explain lies. One of the inventions from the Donald Trump team. Definition indicates circumstances in which objective facts influence the formation of public opinion less than appeals to emotions and personal beliefs. Which big thing happened 5 or 6 years ago which was affected with post-truth? Unfortunately, we were all in that. Globally, Corona. Pandemic of COVID-19 was the thing that we could see that. Collins Dictionary said the term fake news was the word of the year in 2017, which is a little digression. Which is the word from 2024 for Oxford Dictionary? Do you know? Brain rot. This is expression for us reading and watching so much non-useful things on social networks that our brain is starting to rot. We are feeling it with very non-useful information, so it's trying to rot. It's a bad thing. We have problem with terminology because when you ask media and communication experts, they ask everybody, is fake news even news? For you who studied journalism and for you who are living journalism, you know that one of the main characteristics of news is that it has to be true. But sociologists from the other side, psychologists say it's published, it's news. It can be even fake news. But they all agreed about, they started to find some other expressions. So they started and tried with fake or false information, information disorder, which is not, I'm not fond of that, that expression, also of information pollution, because it's very wide and not non-explainable. they agreed about disinformation, which is very old expression. Disinformation, in definition from European Commission at 2019, said verifiably false or misleading information created, presented and disseminated for economic gain or to intentionally deceive the public. Keywords are deliberate, intentionally. If we are talking about disinformation, it has to be intentional. Are you clear with that? We also have close cousins. Olcott and Getsko, two famous American experts in 2017, said that we have some close cousins of fake news, like unintentional reporting mistakes. Happen to everybody. We agree. It happened to me, but we call it close cousin, but not fake news. Rumors that do not originate from a particular news article, just verbal rumors. We have conspiracy theories. This is a very interesting subject because conspiracy theories are parallelly one of close cousins and also one of the main reasons of spreading fake news. I will explain it later. Satire, I think that you all know some cases when satire was understood as fake news, like 1st April jokes. It's one of the examples. False statements by politicians. I love to say that I will be a rich guy if I will have €1 for every false statement by politician that I experienced in my journalistic life, because there are also honest politicians, but in campaigns, we have election campaign now for a local government here in Croatia, and I understood that also Portuguese have local elections now. You from Slovakia, you from Northern Macedonia, do you have local elections in this time? October. So it's near. Reports that are slanted or misleading but not outright false. They are all close cousins, but we don't call it fake news. Characteristics and differences. So I don't like the expression information disorder, but Council of Europe like it. So they have it in a Council of Europe report in September 2017, and they said that there are 3 types of information disorder. Disinformation, information that is false and deliberately created to harm a person, social group, organization, or country. Misinformation, information that is false but not created with the intention of causing harm. And also malinformation, information that is based on reality, used to inflict harm on a person, social group, organization, or country. I hope that you all know English so well that you can understand the difference. And I will ask you now question, which is the worst one for you? And just explain me why. It is not a simple question, I must emphasize. And you will, I'm not trying to suffocate you with theory, but these are well-known terms in public communication.
Malinformation, because they are for purpose to make harm to
inflict harm.
To some institution, some all nation maybe.
Okay, very good reason for your opinion. Does somebody thinks anything else?
I agree, because only more information is something from the reality. It's not false.
Okay.
So some people can bring this information to his own.
Okay.
And this is what they create conflict, harm, and some conflict between people or whole nationality.
This is one of my favorite problem questions within this lecture, and you will be right if we are thinking logically, but all three of them are very, very bad equally, because you don't have to do it intentionally to do the harm. So misinformation also can do much harm. That's why I'm always emphasizing that we must be very, very careful with producing and definitely spreading.
All those 16 Jews who are dead because of misinformation.
Misinformation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I ask?
Okay, okay.
Your opinion. Which is the worst from your perspective?
From my perspective, I can't choose it because all are equally worse. All are equally bad. One of the examples I wanted to show you. During the pandemic of COVID-19, we all talked about vaccine. And we all talked about people who didn't want to vaccinate themselves because, and how did we call it? How did we call them? Anti-vaxxers, anti-vaxxers. And this is the origin of that opinion. The most famous myth, childhood vaccination causes autism. Based on a study done in 1998 by British gastroenterologist Andrew Wakefield. He was one of the most respected, most well-known gastroenterologists of his time. He said in his study, which was published in a very, very well-known medicine journal, that childhood vaccination causes autism. And many of his colleagues tried to repeat his results because it was based on some empirics, some examinations. 30, 40 of them tried, and nobody of them could got any near results. At last, it turned out later he forged the study data. He said that he was paid by the pharmacy company to say that because they can sell their medicine for that. They expel him from all scientific institutions and all scientific books. Medicine journal explained to their readers that they did a mistake, and they said that they were sorry. But 27 years after, we have consequences of one myth, one false, one forged scientific paper. And if you didn't want to vaccinate yourselves during the pandemic of COVID-19, that's your choice, if you have some good reason. But many of them said that this was the reason because elites are lying us like 30 years from now. Production and spreading of disinformation is a large current problem. There are many reasons for that. I will just go through some of them which are most well known. Development of new digital media. You know that information are spreading much faster than before. Also disinformation. Change in modes of communication. We all became prosumers. We all can now create news. We don't have gatekeepers anymore. We don't have editors and the journalists who will choose, who will be the filter for some information, what we will read, what we will watch, what we will hear. We all see and use many social media, and we become overwhelmed with information and also disinformation. Globalization is also one of the reasons. General decline of trust in social institutions, especially in media. I think you are all aware of that people now have general decline of trust in media. Are you aware of that? They call us, because I also feel I still feel like a journalist. They call us vultures. They call us. We have expression which I hate in Croatia. It's called. They call novinar. Journalists in Croatia are called in our term novinari, and they call novinari the novinari, which is like people who live on the bottom, who are the worst. It's some expression which is very, very bad. Increase in preference for conspiracy theories. We all were aware of that from pandemic of COVID-19. I will show you some of them. One of the consequences, quicker and easier spreading of disinformation and unconfirmed news. Kuharski, which is medical expert, in 2016 said rumors like strains of disease develop and spread in a favorable environment, and opinions like infections are transmitted through social contacts. It is like viral spreading, not virtual, viral spreading. Edelman Trust Barometer first showed in 2017 that people increasingly prefer friends and contacts on the internet as sources of news and truth. And some of you think that this can't be true. But I have my PhD in this information, and I had my examining this problem. So I had this survey for 1,660 people in Croatia. Most of them were college educated. Most of a third of them said this, that they will spread information if some of their friends is sent that information to them through communication platforms or spread it before to social networks. And when I asked them additionally, why are you trusting your friends so much? And they said, they're my friends, I trust them. And I said, you shouldn't, because they don't know maybe the source of their information. Many citizens use social networks and communication platforms as sources of news. We can see it in a younger generation. They are not looking for information anymore. Information are coming to them because they are liking, they are commenting, and they are closing themselves in something that you were heard within the lecture, Introduction to Digital and Media Literacy, filter bubbles, and echo chambers. Reuters Institute Digital News Report for 2019 first showed that over half of our combined sample preferred to access news through search engines, social media, or news aggregators, where large tech companies typically deploy algorithms rather than editors to select and rank stories. Statista in 2025, this is very new information, said that we have still steady increase in the number of users of social networks and communication platforms. We have more than 8 billion people at our planet Earth, but more than 3 billion people using Facebook, more than 0.5 billion people using YouTube. Similar number is also Instagram. So we have many, many people who are using social networks and also collecting their information through them. This is not from any literature. This is something that I concluded based on my researches, that 4 areas in which is the use of this information most dangerous are very logical. Healthcare, I will give you an example, pandemic of COVID-19. Politics, you have many examples. Security issues, you also have many examples, but we can stay on Russian-Ukrainian war. and also in economy. New examples, presentation and treatment of migrant crisis in the media, Russian-Ukrainian war, COVID-19 pandemic. In Croatia, we have last 2 or 3 years, we don't have any more migrants which are coming from the war. We have migrants which are coming from Nepal, Philippines, and they're coming as a working staff here, and we are dealing with them very xenophobic. So it's pretty big problem in our media, and we had many cases of disinformation, of some kinds of disinformation dealing with people who are migrating in Croatia. Disinfodemic or infodemic at first, it's a term which is also old, but World Health Organization did a term and definition in February 2020 at the beginning of pandemic of COVID-19 related to the outbreak, an epidemic, a flood of information in which it is difficult to discern which are true and which are false. I'm sorry, false is missing, but you can understand what I wanted to say. Why is this a problem? Also problem question, and I want to hear your opinion. Why the flood also of true information is also a problem? Think logically. What? Yes. Very logical. Too much information, we become overwhelmed with that. We don't want to check it anymore. We just want to go further. We spread it. We don't think. We are tired of that kind of information. So infodemic is also a problem as much as disinfodemic. My colleague and me did some research between people who are teaching media literacy in primary and secondary schools. And we asked them to share with us the information they are getting from their pupils, their children, their very young people. This was the 5 or 6 most often spreaded between that young people. Coronavirus can be transmitted from person to person via mobile 5G networks. You all heard of that. That Bill Gates is getting chip in our body. And we don't need chip as long as we have our smartphone and with a locator, so we can be located in any time without spending so much money for spreading COVID-19 pandemic and chipping us with the vaccine. The COVID-19 vaccine is used to implant chips in humans which can be used to monitor them. One of the most amusing but most dangerous. Coronavirus is a biological weapon created in the mutual struggle between the world's superpowers. Coronavirus does not exist at all, which is very stupid because coronavirus is a well-known medical term, but I know that they were aiming to that pandemic. Coronavirus is as dangerous as the common flu. You can ask all people who died. You can't ask all people who died of that, but you see how many rumors, how many fake things can be spreaded when people are very afraid. Many cases and examples of production and spreading disinformation and fake news. One of the well-known examples is Russian-Ukrainian war. Why? Because in Croatia we had homeland war at the beginning of 1990s. And I'm always asking myself how it will look like if we had social networks and smartphones. I think that we will have many selfies, unfortunately, and many pictures and videos which are very unpleasant from that homeland war if we had it then. You can see also now GoPro cameras on a helmet of Ukrainian soldier who is heading to some town, or you can see the live footage of some Russian soldier who is trying to demolish some Ukrainian tank or something. So Russian-Ukrainian war is war we can see it in real time, unfortunately. First thing you saw, I think, that Snezhana showed you, but I will show you the second one. This is one of the most dangerous deep fakes which happened till nowadays. Okay, you will notice immediately that it is AI because of pure technology, but today it would be much better, unfortunately. The Russian-Ukrainian war started at February 2022. A month later, at social networks, spread by definitely Russians, we could see video of Volodymyr Zelensky, who is surrendering Ukraine to Russia. He was announcing that Ukraine will surrender to Russia, and Ukrainian soldiers and also citizens had panic at that time.
Шановні захисники, бути президентом виявилося не так вже й легко. Я змушений приймати складні рішення. Спочатку я вирішив повернути Донбас. Настав час глянути правді у вічі. Не вийшло. Стало тільки гірше. Значно гірше. Більше немає ніякого завтра. Принаймні у мене. І тепер я приймаю ще одне складне рішення. Попрощатися з вами. І раджу скласти зброю і повернутися до своїх сімей. На цій війні не варто вмирати. Я раджу вам жити. І я збираюся робити те саме.
If you saw it, if you see it for the first time, will you think that it is fake? You can tell now because we now have much better technology, but at that time, in 2022, in that situation, Ukrainian citizens started panicking because they thought that their leader, their president, tried to surrender them to Russians. Fortunately, it wasn't the truth. In 1 hour, Volodymyr Zelensky, as he realized what happened, he went to the Ukrainian television. He did video footage of telling that it is not the truth, that he is not surrendering. They are not surrendering to Russians, but panic also started, similar to that War of the Worlds, but in much more serious way. Do you know the term big data? As I like to say in this frame, we don't have to do our curriculum vitae anymore. We are spreading. We are leaving so much information at the internet. So many photos, so many videos of us, so much information that somebody just checked what are we putting on internet. It's not just social networks. It's something that you did some quiz at some internet portal. You were trying to find something. You were trying to do some, I don't know. You try to buy something. We are leaving so much information that they became, with this term big data, we are all living big data on internet. So, if you are a famous person and you are in public much more than common person, there is so much information of you, so you can do deepfake videos or deepfake audios or deepfake texts better than about somebody else. Experts from one American university wanted to explain that to wider public, so they did a whole fake video of Barack Obama, former American president, with a speech he never did, with a speech he never showed in public with that kind of speech, but every word in that speech were his voice and were his words. But they did it in montage like a whole new speech. Big problem is that artificial intelligence spread it all over. 7 or 8 years ago, we had Face app as one of the first apps on our smartphones, which we could put our face or somebody else's face to somebody else's hair, or change our age, change our sex, change our physical appearance. We also had something that we could put our face in some movies or some musical video spots. So AI is spreaded also at common people and at our smartphones, but it's okay when it's used for fun. But many people is unfortunately doing the harm to other people. This is for the second part of our this lecture, but at the end of this part, I will ask you to do a little game. Please find this game called Go Viral. You can see the link to this. It also has some versions, not just on English, it has it on other languages. I'm not sure that it has it on Slovakian or North Macedonian, but it has it in Croatian, I know that. People from, experts from Stanford University invented this game. They call it a 5-minute game that helps protect you against COVID-19 misinformation. They invented to show you how misinformation, disinformation is spreaded. Please take a little time, go to Go Viral, and I'll give you 5 or 10 minutes to try it without any explanation, and we will comment it at the end of this first part. if you have any questions about that, please ask me. But I think that you will understand everything because it's pretty simple. It takes some time, but be patient and try to go to the end of the game. Što? Stvarno? Pa nemoguće. Jutro sam... Pa jutro sam provjerio. To se već dogodilo sa nečim. Did you manage to find it? No? So we have fake news in the practice. Okay, I will just explain it in this way. Go Viral was or is the game, and I will try to find it at some other link later, not to lose time now, which was invented by experts for media communication and medicine from Stanford University. At this game, you choose a character and you choose your moves. And they offer you at every stage of the game that you can do 2 or 3 things from the offered one. And many people, because it's in a human nature, are choosing to do something to get more likes, more comments. And when they finish the game, and that's my most amusing thing when I'm teaching younger generations, they got that bait, and they're trying to get more likes, more comments, and they are challenging themselves, and they're competing about getting more likes or more comments. But the purpose of the game is opposite. You must choose that moves that you don't have many comments and many likes, because you are becoming a super spreader of misinformation, disinformation in that way. Because they're offering you to choose some bombastic explosion words like sensational or the worst, everybody will die or something, and people mostly is choosing that, and there are just minority of them that are not acting like that. So that's something that's a bait for human nature. I have some results of people who managed to have 25, 26 or 30,000 likes during the game, and they're very proud of them, until I said them that they did the worst thing that they could do. So that's the purpose of this game, and when I find this link at some other website, or something similar, I will send it to you after. Okay. For the ending of this first part, we will do something that are very useful advices how to spot fake news and how to avoid spreading fake news. This was invented, this is the thing which is very well known, maybe you already saw this, because the international community of librarians invented this in 2017 when we were starting to talk about fake news. First, consider the source, because many people are not aware of source of information they're spreading. Click away from the story to investigate the site, its mission, and its contact info. Second one, read beyond. Headlines can be outrageous in an effort to get clicks. What's the whole story? Do you know the expression for headlines that are trying clickbaits, that are trying to get clicks? Yes, they are clickbaits. That's a very, very good and very good expression for that, because you all know that you are doing journalism in practice. You know that headline should be informative, should explain what is happening in text, what is happening in news that you are spreading or you are producing. But last 7, 8, 10 years is happening just the opposite. They are putting headlines and they are trying to get you like, you will never believe this. And you must click on that headline that you find out what you will never believe. And in most of situations that this is something that is not important for you. Check the author. Do a quick search on the author. Are they credible? Are they real? You are all aware of that many texts, many information on network are not signed by anybody, or is just signed by name of the portal or name of the, or just initials of the author. In my days, I'm now sounding like a dinosaur, it was important to have to sign your text, your article. Supporting sources. Click on those links. Determine if the info given actually supports the story. You must look for the other sources if you're not sure that something is true. You have more credible sources in media than the other. When we are talking about newspapers, which are still existing, despite of that some people are trying to bury the newspapers as the media that does not exist anymore. You have newspapers like Guardian from Great Britain, Der Spiegel from Germany, Le Monde from France, New York Times, Washington Post, which are pretty credible also nowadays, and they are trying to establish that position in media world. But also, when you are reading something from them, you must you must sometimes check it, because there were some situations that New York Times, for example, spreaded information that were not fact-checked as they should be. Check the date. Reposting all news or all stories is something that is happening nowadays. We have many examples of some old articles or old photos that were used nowadays. You are doing like this, so you are aware of that. Did you see some of the examples?
Yes, of course. You know, we have a lot of political information.
Okay.
Especially we are in war with Greece, with Bulgaria, and last year it was recycled one news that when Macedonian go to Greece with cars, they receive some kind of stickers. We are not Macedonian, but this is really old from 2016. It was recycled in some political event because we started again talking about agreement between Macedonia and Greece, political agreement that we will go again against the Greece and Greece again Macedonians, and that was actually old fake news recycled last year after 8 years.
Oh, great. As I recall, in Slovakia you had some very well-known fake news dealing Tusk. It was some case of do you recall it?
We have so many fake news in Slovakia.
Okay, so you can choose one of them. Okay.
There are many times they are recycling their old fake news.
It was like I think Tusk is Polish or yes, but it was changed in some way that wasn't good for him, and they tried to, I don't know. I will try to find it and I will show you that example. Is it a joke? It's similar to that thing that I showed you as a satire. Also, you must be aware of your emotions. Fake news is counting on your emotions. So I like to say, if you read something or see something and you become angry, or you become sad, or you become very happy, or you become very delighted, so you don't have to trust that information because they're counting on your emotions. Fake news, psychological researchers concluded and explained that fake news is something that you will remember and memorize better than some common news, some true news, because it's more interesting. They're counting on sensationalism, they're counting on some bombastic headlines. And you will remember it longer than you will remember some dull, true story or true news. Also, check your biases. You have something, did you hear expression confirmation bias? That's a situation that people are trying to find information that is confirming something they believe. If you see 20 opposite information and one of them is confirming what you believe, you will believe this because it's just putting things in order. And my friend who is psychologist said, this is the time that people are measure of themselves. We suspect in scientists, we suspect in some scientific truths like flat earthers, please. I say to my students, believe to whatever you want, but please don't talk to me about flat earth. So we will come back in, I don't know, dark ages again if we are trying to suspect it to that. But we have something called confirmation bias. In second part, and we will finish in 2 minutes, we will be on time. We will talk more about fact-checking information, so I will talk more about confirmation biases and problems with fact-checkers. And also ask the experts. Naturally, librarians did this advices, so they say ask the librarians. In my opinion, this is very good advice because librarians are connected with the sources, they know where you can find credible information and all of that, but you can also ask some other experts. And for finishing of this first part, I will have one more question for you. What we don't have so we can fulfill and follow these advices? What we don't have in our lives? It's not knowledge, it's not experience. Time. We don't have time. We are so overwhelmed with information. We read a lot, we see a lot, we are following a lot, we are working a lot, we are living our lives much faster. So we don't have time, we don't have nerves, we don't have energy to follow this. But please, I will ask you to do it because you will do good for you and for all community.
And also we are humans and we have emotions.
You have emotions and you have confirmation biases. Yes. Do you have any questions for this first part? You have coffee out there, you have refreshments, and we will see you in 15-20 minutes. Thank you very much. Da, može. Da, ne moram, kad idem na WC. Ono da se vide malo i ljudi, da se vidi što predajem i to, pa kad boje stigao. Ok. Just to confirm you, we will have city tour. We will organize it. We agreed with them, so we will finish till 10 minutes to 6, and you can go to city tour. Is it okay with you? It's not fake news. We will have a city tour. Maybe it will rain, but we will manage. Okay. In this break, we talked about some cases of fake news, and Daniela, our colleague from Slovakia, told me, and Peter, you told me something which is very, very concerning about fake news in your country. I thought that was something that you can see only in Russia. Please tell me about Slovakian government.
As I said, there is a lot of fake news in Slovakia, and I think the most dangerous things from using fake news is that our government is using people who are creating this fake news to hide their problems, and also they are protecting people who are creating this fake news, which are, we have one, Mr. Bombitz, who is in prison now, is in prison now because he was posting on his social media the stuff which was really hurting many people. But our Prime Minister is always, is still, even if this one man is now in prison, he's still guarding him. And so most people, because we started our debate, like my question was, okay, we as a journalist, it's our job to fact check. But how are you gonna make people, listeners and readers, do fact checking? Because most of people is not doing this. I think that the main reason is not the lack of time, maybe it's the laziness, but I think that the biggest problem is that our government is they are saying like these fake news are real because they are using these fake news to cover their problems. So really, fake news is a very, very big problem in our country.
North Macedonia?
Should
I even ask?
We have Juche is from Kočani. You know, we have a big fire.
Yes. Unfortunately, we know, yes.
62 people was died. And the government tried to cover this big tragedy with another stories about, I don't know, everything.
They were spinning.
But, this is the spinning, but I don't know, way to do something, to say something, but not about the parents, about the children who lost their life, about how it's going in this city. You know, this is a small city, and everyone has lost someone. You know, it is big tragedy, but you know, we have government, everything is big, and they're using also some kind of half fake news.
Today we still don't have our Portuguese colleagues. Croatia, any interesting example you can remember? I can remember one if you can, but...
Please tell us.
Что?
Please tell us.
15 years ago, we had a fake interview of our Prime Minister because that was some star journalist from one of the most popular newspaper, morning paper, Jutarnji list, and at the front page of that newspaper, it was big exclusive interview with the Prime Minister, which did one of the most popular and most well-known journalists of that time. It was on 4 pages, it was exclusive. A few days after, they found out that he was exchanging emails with somebody who introduced himself as a prime minister, and he was so arrogant. He was so selfish that he thought that prime minister will answer him on an email without authorization, and he printed 4 pages interview with somebody who faked as our prime minister in Croatia. It was big disgrace for that newspaper, for that journalist. He didn't work after that as a political journalist, but he's doing journalism about food, like gastronomy, so I think he's in a better position now. But it was the famous non-happened interview with the prime minister, which is now in jail, who is now in jail, like for, I don't know, 10 years or maybe more, still investigating him, all his affairs, all his scandals, but it was very, very interesting now.
Maybe you remember the prankers from Ukraine. They approach our prime minister.
Okay.
And start talking with them, with him. You know, we are from, I don't know, CNN, and we would like to interview with you. And they start talking with him. It was a big interview, but after that they published it, and they told the world that this is prank. Yeah, it was same. I think some politician from Croatia also was in this network.
So you must be very careful. Okay. I will now go quickly through something that I was writing, and I published it at my lecture within this project. But these are some useful advices, and we will deal with some ways of fighting disinformation and also fact-checking. Computer algorithms for recognition, deletion, blocking, and prevention. Thank you, thank you. What's the problem with this? Still, what's the problem? When you engage, if you engage computer algorithms for recognition, deletion, blocking, and prevention of possible fake news. Can we trust the machine? It's still, AI is becoming more and more perfect, but I'm not sure that it will be any time that it can be like human being. It doesn't understand sarcasm, irony, some kind of joking. So when Facebook and other social networks did that agreement that they will have fact-checking by AI on their social networks, you were witnessing many cases of deleting some true things and leaving some false things, not on purpose, but they had mistakes. So we will go now to fact checkers in a while, so we can compare that, and we will have some conclusion. Increasing the number and quality of websites, portals, organizations, and persons in charge of checking facts and information, so-called fact checkers. You all heard about fact checkers. Okay, what's the problem with fact checkers? Be aware of that also.
In which way problem?
What can be problem? Yes. Yes.
They are not so favorite in public.
They are not popular in public.
They can be
Could be corrupted also. Could be.
For Slovakia, I think that Facebook had, I don't know, maybe 3 people.
Okay.
So it's for all things in Slovakia, 3 people.
Doing the fact checking.
It's not enough.
Till 2 years ago, we had only one fact checking platform in Croatia, official. It's called Faktograf, and they are very left oriented, which is one of the problems, not problems for left oriented. Problem is when you are so politically biased and so politically directed. So they checked, and they are also checking now all just right-oriented politics, right-oriented portals in Croatia, because their theory is they are spreading fake news more than the others. No research ever concluded that right-oriented politicians or people who are right-oriented are spreading more fake news. People who are more politically radicals, far from the mainstream, are more dangerous and possible spreaders of fake news because of their beliefs. But not right-oriented. They can be also left-oriented. Confirmation bias is a very big problem for fact-checkers. 2 years ago, our Agency for Electronic Media and our Ministry of Culture and Media started a pilot project on a ground of European Union, and they got a contest which they called high school institutions, non-government organizations, and media to join in joint projects and to become fact-checkers for some areas. Our institution, Academy of Arts and Culture, are main partners in one of that project called Verify, and we are checking naturally things and information published in media and the public dealing with children and youngsters. Others are checking something about politics, medicine, climate, and so on. And we now have 20 new fact-checkers in Croatia. But I'm not sure how many of them are really well educated to do that. I wrote a doctoral dissertation about that. I had 2 educations in Slovenia and Bosnia dealing with fact-checking. I educated our student team. We have student team at our faculty, more than 30 students. You were students, and you know what, when you're volunteering anything, not for subject, not for grade, not for any bonus, would do with your life, with the extra time of your life, and they are doing it just because it's interesting to them. They are trying to fact check, and I'm working with them and our colleagues from Center of for Safer Internet and our Center of for a Culture of Media from our neighbor county, Vukovarsko-srijemska županija. We are doing that, but it's very difficult because you must be big expert, you must clear all your mind and say, I'm just looking for objective facts, I'm just looking for truth, I'm just looking for something that can prove me that something is wrong or right. But it's very, very hard to do it right because of your confirmation bias. You don't know anything, maybe you are tired. Combination of AI and human will be the best, but also we don't have much time for that. And there's always a question in which is the title of one of the famous books about fact checkers. Who is checking the fact checkers? So we have double check. We have student team who is doing some, who is checking some news, and after them we like control, I don't know, controllers, us from high school institutions and media practice who are checking what they did. But we also can do some mistake. But if we don't fight, we can't do anything. But I will show you some good advices. Fact-checking is the process of verifying the factual accuracy of specific statement. It could be internal, like between us, or external if we are checking some published information. Pre or post publication, which is the better? Pre. What? No. Pre or post publication? Pre. None of this 21 project is dealing with pre-publication fact-checking. They are just taking published information, check them, and put them on the platform. To be honest, who is reading that platforms? Fortunately, we have joint platform, which is calling translated exact like that, or in Croatian točno tako. And that's the platform many people is following. But if you don't put it on platform, if you just put it on an internal platform, not many people is following that because there are too many platforms. Also, when you are trying to check something, and when you're trying to fact check something and prove they are wrong, when you correct something, they don't have any strength of original text. Just think about that. You read something, will you ever come back and see if something changed in that text after at portal or somebody put some correction at the text? Also, what I said before, we memorize better something which is sensational, which is not usual, which is bombastic. You have one brilliant example. You all know about, it's not generational thing, Paul McCartney, famous member of the Beatles, one of the most popular pop bands at all time. Paul McCartney, at the late 60s, it was the news that he is dead, and he had somebody who became his dvojnik. Double, yes. Doppelganger. It was the story that somebody replaced him, that original Paul McCartney died and somebody replaced him. And it was a story for, I don't know, a few months. And it was lunatic examples, like you all know that famous cover of the album Abbey Road, when they are walking through the pedestrian walk. He is only without shoes. That's the proof that he is dead. That was one of the reasons. And he became tired because of that story, and he went to BBC One, which was definitely one of the rare television channels at that time, because it's 1969, and he came to the television. He said, "People, I'm not that. I'm a real Paul McCartney." And one of the proofs was because they went to India and they got beards, long hairs. So he's covering some scar which originally Paul McCartney doesn't have. That was one of the proofs. And he came to the television. He said, "Guys, I'm a real Paul McCartney. It's a fake story that I'm dead." Before he went to the television. 33% of people who were in survey thought that he was dead. After he went to television, what do you think? 72%. No, you won't tell us what's the truth. We will think what we want. Because when you try to correct something, people are becoming more convinced that that's the truth. That's like also with COVID-19 that you see. So pre-publication will be much better than post-publication, but okay, let's say that that's a first step. Professional, non-professional, that's also kind of what we can do. We have International Fact-Checking Network, Code of Principles, non-partisanship and fairness, transparency of sources, transparency of methodology. Each statement can be verified by asking and answering 2 questions. How do I know this statement is correct, and how will I prove it? Or second part is much harder. This is the Code of Principles, and you can find it, their principles on their website if you want to examine it more deep than I'm showing you. What is not fact-checking? That's the, when we choose what we will fact-check, that's my task. I must do some, I must go deep and think what we can fact-check that, and find out it is true. We can't fact-check opinion, because if Marin is thinking something and he's claiming something, I can't say that he's not right. That's his opinion. This is not fact-checking. Opinion with carefully chosen arguments, such as questionable data and research papers, if you don't have proof of that, you can't fact-check it. Copy-pasting other fact-checkers on media. Some of our colleagues from other projects is doing that. They also copy-pasted our fact-checking, but that's his shame. That's their shame. Unedited, not fact-checking, and quickly thrown together fact-checking. This is also not fact-check. And government propaganda claiming to be fact-checking, which is the only country in Europe that doesn't have non-government fact-checking platform in their public space. Russia. All fact-checkers in Russia are governmental. So if you can trust them, but I'm not sure. Primary sources. Some of these are well known to you, but I must show it to you because this is the part of this lecture and this is very important. Official data and statistics, national, EU, international. You all heard about Eurostat, you all heard about European Commission, you all heard about European Union, you all heard about World Health Organization. They are official organization. In general, you trust them. But you can also be wrong. I had an interview to one of the famous portals dealing with IT in Croatia, Netocracy. It's called Netocracy, and very well known, my colleague journalist, he is known about that, he's fact-checking everything. I was very aware of that I must do and talk about just confirmed information. But I used one of the numbers which was pretty suspicious because it told that in 2026, but it was 2 years ago, so like it was 3 years from that, more than 70 or 80% of well-known internet. You all know that we have dark internet, we have deep internet, we don't see anything which is happening on internet, will be AI generated. But Eurostat published that, and Europol published that. It was two sources that are primary sources. But he checked after that because the number was something that he couldn't believe. And he found out that day before somebody published that they apologized about printing false information. That's something that I didn't know. So we must be very careful. Responses and data from official institutions, for example, in Croatia, I don't know, State Organization for Statistics, official statements by relevant persons or institutions. We think about them as a primary sources, but in our practice, we usually also check some of them because many of them are politically put on their positions. So that's not sure. It's not sure that they know what they're talking about. Research, opinions of experts with verifiable professional references. Research or analysis by institutions on individuals with verifiable professional references. Laws, bylaws, and other legal documents. And also regional and verified documents of private persons, organizations, and institutions. This is in general, these are primary sources, but in some of these cases you should also double check it. Do you have any questions? I will just, not just to be ex cathedra, be more interactive. We don't have enough time to have some example and you check it and we will discuss about it. I'm sorry, but we don't have enough time for that. But I will give you some, and I will send it to you also, some tools. You are working on radio stations, but you are very well aware of that radio stations in general became convergence media. Like you are dealing also with texts, you are dealing also with visuals, you are dealing every day with social networks, you are dealing with websites. You are not just checking audio, you are checking everything, and you have also in informative program, you have many news that you must check. Check and compare with other photos or videos. When was this first posted, by who, and in what context? That's the main questions that you should ask yourself. You have some few platforms which in our practice showed as very good for reverse image search, Google image search, but my advice is anytime you want to check some picture, just put it through, it's a few seconds, more than one reverse image search, because it can be different, it can show different information. So you can see if it fits, is it okay, but it is okay, but if it doesn't, you must check further. You also have Thin Eye. You can also put some pictures in that. He searched over 75 billion images and find where images appear online. You can check it where it showed for the first time, where it published for the first time. Is it first time that you saw it? Is it the first time it was published? And in many cases you find out that some old picture that were used for the few times more. Yandex is also very good Google reverse image search, and also you have very useful tool called image edited, which is very useful because you can see is image edited. So if you have these 4 or 5 tools, you can be pretty sure that you will check all information. But we had also one situation that we had picture that had at few reverse image searchers different information. We couldn't be sure. We, in a high percentage we were sure that original picture was published 2014 in Bulgaria. But what media, what source, was it really like that? We weren't sure, so we published that information in that way. Do you have any questions?
Maybe, but it's different term of fact checking.
Okay.
Is it proof when I have a skill or some experience? Can I use my skills as a fact checking?
You must have some sources.
Okay.
You can suspect, you can have your common sense, you have your reason, you have a logic, but it's all the tools to find out the source that will prove it. Like, as I say to students, like you write seminar paper, you have your opinion, you have your knowledge, you have everything, but you must find out somebody who says that it is okay. Do you have any questions about fact-checking? Okay. So, return to traditional ethical and professional values in journalism, journalists and editors, gatekeepers, once again, problem question. Can it happen again, ever? What do you think?
People are probably going to start trusting reliable sources.
Okay. Very, very interesting opinion. Okay.
Because in the end, when you don't know if someone on social media is telling the truth and you are interested in the topic, you are going to research it. So the more information you get, yes, we get overwhelmed. But I think if you're really interested, you are going to go to the source and to the people who know things about those subjects. Especially if it's like in writing, like in old school journalism, because you have more people in the newsroom, and
Okay.
someone who is dedicated to medicine, someone who is dedicated to politics, to business, so they
are experts in their field.
They are experts in their field, and you're probably going to trust them more than some random person. But not right now.
Very interesting. Somebody else?
I hope that it will be like that, but I'm not sharing that opinion. I don't know, because right now we have like too many informations, too many sources, and when as years go by, it will be more and more and more with the AI and everything, and we still don't know what's next after AI. So, I mean, people who exactly wants to know the true information, the truth, they will try to find it,
Thank you to both of you, because my opinion, if you are interested, I don't think that wheel of history will ever go back and we will have gatekeepers again. But the trend now is that some more trusted media, like mainstream media, traditional media, conventional media, like newspapers, in the derivation of internet portals, like New York Times, Washington Post, Guardian, they are increasing their they're increasing their number of viewers, because people are going back to roots. We know that we can trust them. But I'm also asking, what about AI, when you will not in some time will be sure if that's something that was written by human or AI? Because it's so hard to resist to get help from AI. I'm first that I'm using AI in some kinds of, like structuring some text or getting help or some sources or something, but I'm not relying on AI. My students are. Increasing the number of conferences and scientific studies devoted to this issue, fortunately this is happening. Creating new media and legal regulatory frameworks. We have a big problem about that, because many media laws and media regulations in Europe are not dealing with new media. Now we have Digital Services Act from 2022, which is helping, and we also have from last year EU AI Act. But we are now just checking what will happen in practice about that. They are very well written, I read them, but also in Croatia we have very good written laws. And what is happening in practice, we have problems with our system. Creating guidelines to prevent this problem, increasing the level of media literacy and critical thinking. My colleague at the beginning told you about media literacy, but that's the only long-term tool, only long-term weapon, because we have a big problem at this region. Croatia, you can't measure media literacy for sure. But you have Open Institute Society from Sofia, from Bulgaria, which developed some kind of measurement which is okay. What do you think, where is Croatia on a scale of 43 European countries? 25th, you said it exactly. But we are cheering because we are always comparing ourselves with our neighbors. So, Serbia is 28. Macedonia is 42nd. 46 now. Bosnia is 33rd. Only Slovenia, from former Yugoslavian countries, is at the first 15, but they are not so much better than us. What do you think, which country is the first?
Norway.
Finland, for years. They have, and it's very well connected, level of media literacy with the number of fake news narratives in public. In Finland, they don't have any problem, but they have media literacy from preschool. They're learning about media. We are starting to learn about media, obligatory, just on the faculties dealing with media and communication. We have, at the first year, students, they don't know anything about media and they are going to study media. They don't know anything. They know technology, they know how new media works, they know, but they didn't develop any critical thinking. We are trying to develop media literacy along with primary literacy, which is also a big problem, to become obligatory in primary and secondary school at least. I want to do it for long. The ability and capacity to access, use, analyze, understand, critically evaluate, and create new media content. There are 3 dimensions of media literacy: technical competencies, young generations, great; skills, great; but practicing critical thinking and content production, they are very bad at that. Older generations are the opposite. And what about that? Why I put this for the problem question at the end? What's the problem with this in a frame of fake news? Why? What? Okay, definitely. But think deeper.
It's the question, what is freedom of speech? This is the question and the answer together.
So, we had a big problem, and we also now have big problem with hate speech on comments on social networks. We also have problem with the hate speech with idiots which are using internet for expressing their opinion. So we have that problem because somebody will say, I have my freedom of speech, but what is the border? What's the line? Where freedom of speech begins and where it ends, and where hate speech begins and where it ends. That's one of the main problems we didn't do more on media and law regulation about fake news. I can write whatever I want. This is my freedom of speech. And just 3.5 years ago, we got a law of electronic media. One of the most important parts are comments on internet portals and social networks. And we managed to do something we copied from Great Britain, that you can register it at your favorite media, I don't know, new media or internet portal, under some anonymous name, but you must give them your right information, your name, your address, your all other information, so they can expose you if you exaggerate. But we are coming back to that problem. Who will judge that? There are some situations that are very clear, but there are some situations that are blurred. So we have very, very big problem in this area. This is something that will be a problem for many years. Increasing with AI. And this is something that I like to show for the end. European Commission, 2019. Fighting disinformation in the era of social media and online platforms has to be a coordinated effort involving all relevant actors, from institutions to social platforms, from news media to single users. What do you think about this sentence? Is it right? We are recording this, but I will speak freely for the end. No shit, Sherlock, really. We all agree about this, but how can we achieve it? We have problem in our project with 3 parts getting together. Our high school institution, media practitioners, and students as a fact-checking team. How you will do this? How you will get along with everybody? That's a very big problem, but it's on the paper, it's on the internet, so it's okay. We have Reuters Institute Digital News Report is published every year, and media experts and communication experts from 40 European countries is included in that, also in Croatia. It's very, very relevant source. If you find something on Reuters Institute Digital News Report, it's very reliable source. That's the newest finding dealing with, particularly with Croatia, but they are also repeating this at this year. So I think it will be very, very interesting to see the new data. Here.
For this second part, or?
This is for just this part. I will give you this. Please fulfill it. And I'm waiting also if you have any additional questions. And I hope that I was clear and that you learned something new. Here. Još jedan. Da, više vas. Oh, sorry. Do you have any questions? Okay, I will leave you to fulfill this survey and remind you of one of the rules of public relations. If you have something nice to say, say to everybody. If you have something bad to say, say just to me. Joking, write whatever you want. I hope that it was okay for you. Stiže. Da se sad ovo ispunjava, ali užasno su dugački upitnici, pa Bog te. Šta je to napisao? It wasn't expected for that. This is for photo and video editing lecture, which will be tomorrow or day after tomorrow. So just ignore it. Did you all sign this list? Okay. Yes.
And we can leave our stuff here, or because we have computers,
Mm-hmm.
are we coming back here or no?
I don't think so. Because we are going to the center of the town from here, so they will leave you at the central square, so no, this is the center square of old part of the town. Thank you very much for your patience and for your time, and I hope that it wasn't exhausting for you, and enjoy your city tour. Hvala.